Today we will be kicking off with our first event on making investment work hard for greener, more resilient transport. One note is that this session is supported by HVT, but also Climate Compatible Growth, CCG for short, and CCG is funded by the FCDO, the UK's Foreign Commonwealth Development Office.
If you wish to ask a question throughout the event, please use Slido. The link is www.slido.com and the code is 2715656. The information should all be online for you, and also there are banners around the room if you wish to use it. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce to you our chair of the session, Henry Corrali. He works at HVT and he is a formerly World Bank country director working for the University of Birmingham. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone, and apologies for the slight technical hitch. I'm going to beg your forgiveness and read a little bit of my introduction, just to make sure that I do not miss anything very important. First of all, good transport infrastructure in particular requires significant investment in time and funds. Transport investments can become focused on short-term priorities if there are no planning tools that look at the longer-term impacts. To answer these questions, we need economies that can sustain the financing and implementation of transport infrastructure. In this particular case, we want to make sure that infrastructure planning and development takes into account the longer-term needs, particularly for the greener and more resilient to climate change implementation. This session will explore where and how decision support tools and data can do better to plan for transport infrastructure that meet economic needs of low-income countries, as well as the urgent need for low-carbon transport. Without much further ado, I will introduce the three sessions. First will be by Martin Humphreys, a former colleague who is lead transport economist at the World Bank. He will be speaking about the highway development and management model. Second will be Tom Russell and Jim Hall. Jim Hall is here with me. Tom Russell, Martin Humphreys will be online, as you will see shortly. Both Tom and Jim are from Oxford University and will speak about providing transport decision makers with support tools to enable them prioritize interventions to deliver sustainable and resilient long-distance transport networks. The third presenter, Isaac Chingam-Zengerezi from GeoMetro, from GoMetro, will speak about the Africa Urban Mobility Observatory, or AUMO, that will promote use of big data to support inclusive, low-carbon mobility in African cities. So, Martin, you will be first. We will then have Tom, Russell, and Jim second, and then Isaac will make the third presentation. So over to you, Martin. Good to see you.
Great. Thanks very much, Henry, and good morning to everybody listening in. I'm just pulling up my screen. Let me know if you can see it.
Can.
And we've gone into screen mode. Okay. Thank you very much indeed. And thank you very much to the organizers for inviting us to talk a little bit today about what we see as a particularly important program that the World Bank has taken on with the support of the UK FCDO, the Asian Development Bank, and others. And arguably, a little bit of note of contention to start here, one of the most important pieces in software in the developing, for development purposes, that there is out there at the moment. Maybe Jim would disagree, but I'll wait for the comment and the comeback on that after I finish my presentation. I'm going to talk a little bit about ensuring the centrality of climate change in road management. And my presentation is going to have 5 parts. I'm going to go through it pretty quickly. I'm very conscious of the time limits. This is a short version of a much longer presentation. Firstly, what is the highway development and management model Actually, Henry has been, and it's very nice to see you again, Henry. Henry was instrumental in the development of this in its earlier iterations before he came to the World Bank, and I feel confident he's going to be closely involved in the latest iteration and the upgrade of that. And that's something we've discussed very briefly. So it'll be good to have you back on site, Henry. A short history of it, and then why it needs to be changed. The approach we're taking and the progress. Together with, I think, an indication of, one of the challenges or some of the challenges we face today in upgrading this particular piece of software. So, okay, so let's just start with what is the Highway Development Management Model. In its latest iteration, that we call it the HDM4 version 2, it's a software package and associated documentation for road authorities around the world. It's intended to serve as the primary tool for the analysis, planning, management, and appraisal of investment decisions on the road network at 3 levels. It does a strategic level analysis of the whole network for the longer term budget planning under different budget scenarios, different maintenance strategies, with the objective of optimizing expenditures and trading off the level of service on the network against your expenditures over a longer period of time. Having undertaken that, you then drop down a level and you do a program level analysis, which is essentially the detailed maintenance planning for a single or multi-year, usually 3 to 5 maximum, maintenance program under different budget constraints. So what can you do in the short and medium term in terms of maintenance on the network, given your expected budget constraints under a medium-term expenditure framework? And then third, the more rudimentary project analysis to justify investment in a particular link on that network, whether to rehabilitate or completely upgrade. That would be something that the road authority would use this for, and indeed something that we, as the World Bank, together with the European Investment Bank, African Development Bank, and indeed the Asian Development Bank, together with a lot of bilaterals, would require them to do using HDM4 before any road component could be introduced in a project that would be financed by those institutions. So how does it do this? Well, very quickly, without going into the detail, it calculates the structural performance of the pavement, and you can see the little figure on the right here showing what we call the deterioration curve. Over time, pavement will deteriorate naturally and quicker depending on climate, terrain. And if you add traffic into that, it will further deteriorate, particularly if the traffic comprises heavy trucks, buses, which do much of the additional deterioration on the pavement. And you get to a certain point where the road is so rough, you start to get breakups, potholes, edge break in the pavement, and seals. And if they're not quickly sealed, obviously the road needs to be rehabilitated. And if you don't rehabilitate it, you're going to get a complete failure of the payment and a loss of the original investment. So the step here is the rehabilitation point, as you can see on the graph. Now, it's a sort of life cycle prediction model of deterioration given maintenance, weather, fleet composition, and traffic levels. And the cost-benefit analysis inherent in the model measures and assesses road user costs and benefits and agency costs and benefits over the project life. There was an attempt to bring in later iterations road user safety issues, but if I was being brutally honest, and without offending Henry and earlier colleagues, it's a sort of end of tailpipe calculation. You essentially take the predicted change and you calculate the value of the change, and then you put it back into the model. Equally, there's been similar end of tailpipe attempts to calculate the value of greenhouse gas emissions, but the problem often is that they're not central to the decision-making process, which relies on that below the line number in relation to user costs and agency And as I said earlier, it's a prerequisite to the provision of finance by the MDBs and indeed many of the bilaterals. Just to give you an indication of the scale and importance of this, we have 162 active transport projects in our portfolio, amounting to $31 billion, of which approximately 20 billion are for what we call connectivity projects, which would benefit from the use of HDM4 or a similar model for tertiary roads. Now, the idea is that the upgrade would include both primary, secondary, and tertiary roads. So there would be no need for two models. And our pipeline of connectivity projects alone is about 18 billion over the next 3 years. That's just the World Bank. So very brief history. This goes all the way back to 1968, actually, when Robert McNamara who was then president of the World Bank, challenged some of the World Bank economists to come up with a methodology that would allow him to get a sense of what the comparative costs and benefits were across World Bank projects. And at the same time, work was done both on the North Atlantic side of the US side of the North Atlantic, but also on the UK side. And it was TRL and the World Bank that did it, producing a highway cost model in 1971. And then there was a considerable amount of field work done in Kenya and Brazil, India, and other developing countries to test the empirical relationships that underpin HDM4. And then through numerous iterations, we came to essentially a HDM3, which was released in 1987, a PC-based version. And then the interface was improved further with the release of HDM4 Manager, which for anybody, and I'm old enough to have used it, for anybody to have used HDM3 will know it was an incredibly time-consuming and onerous business. But the problem was, even by 1993, and certainly by the end of that decade, when HDM4 version 1 and HDM4 version 2 came out in 2005, the needs for the model had changed markedly. In the 20 years since 2005, there's been a huge growth in other areas that need to be included within that, at a slow decline in the number of users, the number of license holders for the model, simply because it doesn't meet their functionality. And of course, the top three here, I touched on GHG emissions earlier and how we have attempted to use a Heath Robinson approach to measure the impact of GHG emissions in our projects with a sort of end of tailpipe model. But climate change, resilience, GHG emissions, all of these need to be put within the model so that they're central to the decision-making process. In addition to that, I think road safety needs to be included more centrally. And then as I mentioned earlier, we're looking to include tertiary roads. So it'll be primary, secondary, tertiary in the model for the first time. The wider economic benefits as defined by the Green Book in the UK. That's something we're working on at the moment to ensure we can at least provide default values where available, or come up with default values or a recommended range of values for TTLs, for TASIM leaders in the World Bank to consider. So they will be included within the model. And then we'll be looking to index the value of time and life in the model. Previously, you had to essentially take the value out, calculate the impact of growth in GDP in real terms, and then on an Excel spreadsheet, come up with an average and then put it back into the model. Obviously, not entirely satisfactory. And then finally, of course, the model was written in C++ for a PC-based platform, a Windows-based platform. And that's a little antiquated now, with most of the software we have being delivered as a sort of software as a service. And the idea is that the new HDM5, in inverted commas, will be such a model. And that, of course, will allow us both to provide a better service to the client, so updates can be pushed to them, as it is with your Apple phone, Apple iPad, or Apple Watch. but more importantly, it potentially allows us a tremendous source of comparable data around the world that we can use for research, both on the road cost side, but also on other areas that we have only really started to think about yet. And then we had the current license actually expired on August 2022. And I think we are now working on a sort of temporary rolling basis with the existing licensee and the license provider. And there's a little bit of an issue on the intellectual property rights for the model we won't go into here. But that's going to be rolled over for the next 2 years or so until we can actually upgrade the model. So let me just talk very briefly about the approach. This is the way the World Bank has taken on the challenge, given that we were asked to do this by the UK FDO, FCDO, and ADB. We have a small project management team who are working on different work streams with technical input underneath. We have some technical advisors on the outside, you can see, and I'm looking at the figure on the right here. And then we have a HDM steering committee that is very small, very agile, and has met actually once, I think twice at the moment. And then other contributors are pulled in as needed. Work that's undergoing at the moment is a more detailed survey of users and experts who've used it, partly to assess what they want to see in the updated HDM5 model. What improvements have been made to the model by others, because this model has actually been taken on by some states in Canada and the US. It's been taken on by some developed countries and some middle-income countries, and they have already made changes to the model. And they've taken it on themselves and started developing it themselves. And those changes obviously would save us quite a lot of money, and also provide maybe some input into the conceptual process. And then we're updating, extending the business plan, because that will be part of the new licensing concession process, addressing the IP issues I've talked about, but most importantly, designing the IT platform. And I think here, you know, if I come up with a very simple analogy, you know, we have to build a house, and then we have to add sufficient rooms for the additional modules, such as resilience, GHG emissions, and climate change. And then we are essentially establishing technical work streams consistent with the budget to undertake the process.
2 minutes speaking, please.
2 minutes, okay. Well, I'm going to then skip this very quickly, because this essentially gives you an indication of the funding. I mean, I'll just briefly touch on the estimated cost. It looks as though we are close to, at the moment, with in-kind and trust fund contributions, to getting somewhere close to $3 million. So I think whilst we don't have money to complete all of it, and certainly, you know, the piloting, the training, the rollout, I think we'll have to do from the different institutional budgets going forward. We appear to be close to what we need. Obviously, that's before we start the work, and as with anything, I'm sure it's going to cost more in the process than it is at this particular stage in time. Current status. Just to go through, I think, the bottom few. The legal review has been done. We know where we are in relation to the intellectual property rights, given the different contributions to the development of the model. We know what we need to do to survey that. I mentioned the survey of users, road administrations, and the business plan update that's been done by the HVT program. Thank you very much to them and the UK FCDO. The TOR for the IT architecture is complete, and we are hoping to launch the procurement process either in December or in January of next year. And then you know, the scoping papers for each of the areas, the technical committees that will naturally follow. Just in relation to the complementary work, I mentioned the value of time work and the wider economic benefits. We also have work going on the value of statistical life, and a similar meta-analysis on the value of time for freight. And that's starting at the moment, funded by the ADB under the same umbrella. I'm not going to go through that in detail. You can see it on the slide there. And I think, Emma, I've exactly hit the deadline. That's it. Thank you very much indeed. Let me hand it back to you, Henry.
Thank you very much, Martin. We'll just... I hope you heard that applause, Martin. We will
Tragically, no, I did. Tragically, I know I didn't, but I could see Jim and your hands moving, so I assumed.
Okay. Well, a little appreciation for the excellent presentation. Before we go to the next session, are there any clarifying questions that you would like Martin to answer now? We will have a more in-depth Q&A session at the end, at least for 15-20 minutes. But if there's anything of a burning question that you need Martin to answer now, I've just looked at this slide. Oh. Okay. I think there's just one that's come in, whether the methods and models are open source. Will they help people develop complementary analysis? So if you want to answer that now, Martin, otherwise we can take that at the end as well.
Yeah, no, it's not going to be open source. I think the idea of the three partners in the steering committee together with BIAC is this would be available because of the cost of developing it and the cost of continuing to develop after the initial launch. It's going to be provided on a not-for-profit basis and maintained by an institution on that basis. I would say that the APIs will be available for purchase. So I think there is an opportunity for people to buy the APIs and develop them for their own purpose.
Thank you very much, Martin. All right, so we'll move to our second session, which will be presented by Tom Russell, who is joining us online, and by Jim Hall, who is here with me. Both are from Oxford University and have been working on the HVT project to develop decision support systems for resilient transport management. So you're going to speak a little first and then hand over to Tom. Over to you, Jim.
Thank you very much indeed. And hopefully the slides will come up in a moment. But just by way of introduction, it's very appropriate that I'm presenting this project, which was done as part of the HVT program within this session and series, which is supported by the Climate Compatible Growth, which my team in Oxford are also involved in, because in a sense there's a handshake here between the analysis which we're presenting in East Africa now, which was developed with HVT, analysing the resilience of transport networks, which is now being passed into the CCG program and will form the starting point for transport resilience analysis into CCG partner countries, Kenya and Uganda. And the types of tools I'm presenting are very much in line with the CCG starter kit concept, in the sense that we're developing open data sets to inform decision making, in this context in relation to transport network resilience. I should also say briefly in response to Martin, what I'm presenting in no way compares with the amount of reach that HDM4 has had over the years, and I think there's an enormous amount to be learned from a tool like that, which has had uptake in more than 60 countries. I think you'll see in what we're presenting a slightly different philosophy, maybe I'll even dare say a more modern philosophy, in that we're working with large-scale data sets, in many senses globally available data sets, which then provide the starting data for open analysis with open codes, Python codes, and then more accessible web-based tools. I should also acknowledge, thanks to Martin, in many senses, he was at the start of the journey, which my group have been on, in that we did a lot of infrastructure and systems analysis in Britain, and then the World Bank and Martin and Stefan Halgat, Julie Rosenberg and others pushed us to work in Tanzania to start with, to apply this type of analysis in Tanzania. And that was a start of a journey which is really bearing fruit in many parts of the world now. So that was quite a long introduction to give us time to get the slides up, and here they are. I wonder whether I can move them on with this remote control. Does that work? Point to the back. Am I holding it? Maybe. Okay, it's working. Brilliant. So these pictures just really show the context of what we're talking about, why the resilience of transport networks is such an important challenge. A number of different levels. Here we're seeing valuable assets being destroyed, literally being washed away. So that constitutes large financial asset losses, safety losses, and also major interruptions to the economic activities and real shocks to development in countries where these types of disaster take place. So, there we go. I'll just, okay, keep going. I'll just give you a wave when I need the next slide, which is now. So that disasters like that pose a number of different questions, and which are needed in order to think about and prioritize adaptation actions. So where are those vulnerable infrastructure assets? What are the climate hazards that they're exposed to? What might be the direct damages and then wider economic losses due to climate hazards? How might those risks change in the future in the context of a changing climate? Then what are the options to enhance the resilience? And how then can those investments be prioritized to reduce climate risks? And the analysis we're presenting goes through answers to each of those questions. As I say, this is part of the HVT program, and our focus is on Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and Zambia. The work is led by the University of Southampton, and I should also say that the work being done in Southampton looks at broader aspects of transport network resilience and sustainability, including questions of emissions and safety. The overall conceptual framework is illustrated here, and I'll go through each of these steps in a moment. But in some senses, this is a fairly conventional now geospatial risk analysis, in that we take layers of climate-related hazards, intersect that with high-resolution data on the location of transport assets, look at the potential damage using depth damage functions for every one of those assets, then do large numbers of simulations of potential damage scenarios. For each one of those, look at the amount of disruption to transport flows, and hence the wider economic losses, and we aggregate those up to come up with probabilistic risk estimates. Then one begins to think about what are the adaptation options, impose those on the network, and see how much you get the risk down by, and that is the benefit of adaptation, forming the basis for prioritization. The hazard that we focus upon in Kenya, Tanzania, Zambia, Uganda, as part of HVT has been flooding, where because of the extensive and repeated evidence of damage from flooding to transport networks. So I'll quickly skip through each stage within this. First of all, using high-resolution flooding data sets from rivers, coastal, surface water flooding. and at a range of different return periods and a range of different climate scenarios in the future. Then that is intersected with transport network data. Now, in many senses, we have an abundance of riches these days, in particular with OpenStreetMap. But on the other hand, when one starts looking at data sets like that in detail, you see that they're full of flaws, frankly. Also, when we speak to our partners in African countries, they have their own data sets that need to be integrated within this. There's a lot more that can be done in terms of crowdsourcing. So actually with CCG support, we're embarking on, and in fact partway through with our partners in Southampton, an exercise of assembling all of the railway data in Africa, which has been a painstaking exercise of scraping data from PDF documents as well as using the very partial data which is in OSM. So we went through this exercise, and then the next step is to put that into topologically correct networks. Everything needs to join up if you're going to do the transport systems analysis, and that in itself is a time-consuming business. Then attributed to those networks, we're adding information around road types, speeds, surfacing types, dimensions, embankments, bridges, culverts, and so on. And so this begins to give some of the evidence here now also for the ports within the network, as well as the railways and the roads, and the airports as well. The next aspect of this is to look at the exposure of that entire transport network and all of those transport assets to the floods at a range of different return periods. This looks at return periods here along the x-axis and the flooded length of roads at different points in the future and for different RCP scenarios. So this gives some sense of the scale of the climate threat to the transport network under different future scenarios. And this is flooded lengths of railways, again, under future scenarios. Then we try to estimate what the extent of damage will be in those different scenarios using depth damage functions like this one. And that enables us to estimate, again, at a range of different return periods and for different climate scenarios, what the expected direct damages are, and this is in millions of US dollars, so we're talking billions of dollars of potential damage to the road network in those different scenarios. And this is, again, looking at the impacts for railways. The next part of this is then looking at the wider economic impacts. So if a part of the network is severed, that means that there may be large rerouting costs, and in African countries where the highway network is relatively sparse, the rerouting costs can be vast, or certain parts of the network can become totally inaccessible. So that has large economic losses in terms of the economic activities which are impacted. And so we're then totaling all of these things up for rivers, railways, roads, and on the coast as well, at present and in the future. And these are expected annual damages, so these are aggregated over a range of different return periods. So this is the average loss which one would expect every year going into the future. So then we need to look at what are the adaptation options, and using a similar rationale to HDM4, which we've just heard about. Here we're looking at, on the one hand, what are the benefits of risk reduction? That's above the line. And because the climate risk is going up into the future, the benefit of risk reduction goes up into the future. And we compare that against the cost of adaptation, the maintenance costs, and the intermittent upgrade costs for a range of different adaptation options. And these are the types of options we're talking about. Some of these photos, obviously not from Africa. But we have imposed these options across the 4 HVT countries. This is in Kenya. And you can get some sense of this, of what a large-scale analysis this is, in terms of looking at every one of a range of different options for every section in the network in order to come up with the benefits of avoided losses, the costs of investment in adaptation, and then the benefit-cost ratios. And the wider those lines are, the more beneficial they are, and that provides the basis for prioritization. And you can see the different categories of intervention along the bottom there: swales, spillways, flood embankments, flood walls, drainage, upgrading, and so on. So this is really quite a granular analysis in terms of the types of options that are being imposed, and the capacity we have to prioritize very vigorously across the network. And what we find is that if you look at the benefit-cost ratios, and this is a log scale here, you probably can't see the scale very well, but what to look at is the red line, which is a benefit-cost ratio of 1. So the ones above the line are worth doing, the ones below the line are not economically viable. And you can see that there's a massive range here in terms of the benefit-cost ratios. And some of these interventions are highly cost beneficial. These are really where adaptation investments need to be happening very soon in order to enhance resilience and ensure that economies and communities are not utterly disrupted by the impact of climate change. Whereas for many of the other investments, one has to look rather more cautiously in terms of, is this the best option? And some of these options are clearly much more cost beneficial than others. And when should this intervention actually be done? And maybe there are some cases, there's a case for delaying expenditure in some places whilst prioritizing it in other places. So the overview here is these are the types of metrics which the analysis provides. And I will now hand over to Tom Russell, who's going to provide a quick walk through the online tool which enables this analysis and provides access to this for anyone who wants to explore the results and do the analysis. So I hope we can switch over to Tom now.
Okay, can you hear me and see
Yes.
my screen as shared the tool?
Yes, we can. And we see the screen.
Excellent. Okay, thanks, Jim. Yeah, I'm going to give a brief walkthrough of the online tool, which both presents the risk and resilience and adaptation analysis results that Jim's just walked through, and gives a way of looking at this more sustainability, the broader sustainability assessment that the team at Southampton, Simon Blaney and Adrian Hickford and others have worked on. So I'm going to focus on the risk and resilience side just today, but the tool is open and available. It's at east-africa.infrastructureresilience.org. I'm happy to share that link. There's not in its final version yet, but pretty close. We've got a few more weeks just to close out the work on this under this current project. So as I said, yeah, systemic risk assessment tool developed by Southampton and the University of Oxford, funded through the High Volume Transport Programme by UK Aid, and builds significantly upon a previous project that we finished earlier this year in Jamaica, also funded by UK FCDO. So the bulk of the tool is an interactive web map. So you can control the different infrastructure layers and look at the hazards on the left here. So if I bring in under roads, I'll bring in motorway, trunk and primary. Hopefully these will load reasonably quickly. Yep. So there's the major road network. And if we bring in river flooding, for example, you can see these are the data sets that we're working with. So under river flooding here, we're looking at a 1 in 100 year flood in present baseline conditions. But we could look at a much more frequent, less intense flood, or a much less frequent, more intense flood, and see how that changes out into the future under different climate scenarios. So you can hover over these grid cells, which are the outputs of the WRI aqueduct flood hazard model. So we're treating their data as one of the key inputs to our work here. That's the input data sets. That's the basic overlay of what we do when we intersect the assets with the hazards. You can click on any one of the road links to bring in some of the attributes that we know about that particular road, and to bring up the specific risk results that we've calculated. So here we've plotted the expected annual damages in the baseline and into the future, and the expected annual economic losses. So here damages are the direct damages to the roads, and economic losses are those losses from transport rerouting costs or lost economic activity that we've estimated through the transport model. So that's under expectation, and you can also look at that for the various return periods, again, in current day and out into the future under different climate scenarios. That's the detail bit. What you can also do is zoom out and toggle hazards off for this. We can look at the map of the road network, coloured by direct damages from river flooding. So here the grey links are not affected by river flooding in our model, and the yellow through red to dark black links are suffering increased direct damages from river flooding here. And you can look at that across direct damages or the economic loss estimation for the different hazards and the total. So from here, you can get the overview over the network and zoom quickly to look at areas that you that either stand out as suffering high losses or are particularly important to you. So the final step in the risk and adaptation analysis is looking at those adaptation options that Jim discussed. So from here, you can look at any one road class at a time. And in the table on the right, we've got all of the roads sorted by the avoided direct damages from introducing drainage rehabilitation. So that's looking at avoided risk. You can look at the cost of adaptation options. So this is the estimated cost of applying a particular adaptation option to the length of road that is exposed to flooding. And you can look at that cost benefit ratio. So I guess this is a little small on the screen as you see it there. But if you bring it on a desktop, it's nice and clear. And you can either look here in the table to see the sorted list of most cost beneficial options. And if we click on one, all being well, we'll be able to zoom into that particular place. If my buttons work. If they don't, no worries, it's a live demo. Sometimes these things don't quite come off. It's highlighted in blue. We've highlighted in blue just here, and we can zoom to the specific link. And if you click on that link and come back to asset type, then we can look in the details box over here and see in detail the results for this particular link as calculated for each of the different adaptation options. How am I doing for time? I should probably wrap up.
I was just about to rudely interrupt you, but if you want to wrap up in the next 30 seconds.
Thanks, Henry. Yeah, well, that's pretty much the whistle-stop tour through the tool. Plenty of caveats we could give about the data and the methodology in more detail, but the tool's meant to openly provide direct insight and transparent insight into the analysis that we've done, and go from that overview of the network and drill right into the details of what's driving the results that you see. It's freely and openly available online, and all the data and underlying codes are open, and I can point you in that direction if that's interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Tom and Jim. In the interest of time, we will come back to the questions after the third presentation. I can tell you that there are over 10 questions that have come in on Slido, so rather than attempting to answer all of them now, we'll bunch them up, and I would encourage those who are online to like the questions, then we will be able to give priority to those that are most liked. All right, our final presentation is by Isaac Chingamzengereza from Go Metro. So Isaac, over to you. I don't want to steal your thunder by describing your program, so maybe you'll start with that. I'm sure you will. Over to you.
Thank you, Henry. I hope you can all hear me there.
It's loud and clear.
And also, all right, I'll just also share my screen now. I hope you can see it.
It says starting. Yes, it's coming now.
Can you see it? Can everyone see it?
Go ahead to the first slide. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, perfect.
Can you see it now, everyone? Thank you very much, Henry. As you have already introduced me, my name is Isaac Mzengereza. I am based here in Malawi. I am a transport engineer for Go Metro. It's a South African intelligent transport systems company. I'm here today to present to you on the Africa Urban Mobility Observatory. As an introduction, the HVT Africa Urban Mobility Observatory project is funded by the UK aid, and it is part of the second phase of the High Volume Transport Research program, and it is managed by DT Global. It is implemented by a consortium of partners that include Go Ascendo, UN Habitat, Wapata Institute, UEMI, Heather Allen, and Gail Jennings. The project attempted to answer several research questions that are threefold. With regards to policy levers, we wanted to find out what are the main levers for transport modes share, what is the role of data, what cities have achieved high or low transit ridership, cycling, etc., and what factors policies explain their differences. The other layer was on big data technology, and the research question was that what are the opportunities and risks of big data application in the Global South cities? And then lastly, on informal paratransit, what is the role of informal transport in the Global South, and how to enable transition towards clean, affordable, efficient transport systems? The project was being implemented in several cities in Africa, and it was in Blantyre in Malawi, Gaborone in Botswana, Kigali in Rwanda, Kinshasa in DRC, Lagos in Nigeria, and Masere in Lesotho. The ecosystem of the observatory consisted of travelers who are traveling all over this city jurisdiction looking for economic opportunities in search for services, and also just social travel, that is to see relatives or tourism travel. And then using our methods or methodologies, we captured data on the travel experiences of these travelers. And then this data was processed into a format that can be used by local planning authorities for management, regulation, and policy formation with regards to transport systems in these jurisdictions. The indicators that were identified to give us insight or to give us intelligence as to what is happening with regards to transport in these cities, as indicated there on the slide. I'll not mention all of them, I'll just mention a few of them. There's travel time, there's vehicle occupancy, there's sexual harassment, there's modus place, there's CO2 emissions, congestion, affordability, and accessibility. There were several or a couple of data collection methods. One of them was the conventional field surveys. So in this methodology, it was the usual or traditional questionnaire, only that depending on which city, the questionnaire was translated into local language and then loaded onto a cell phone and then handed over to an enumerator who would go and strategic transport interchanges to intercept the travelers, and then they would run the questionnaire. So the table below there shows some of the response. For instance, for Blantyre, there were like 451 respondents, and then after cleaning the data, came to 442. And then on the last two columns there on that table is the cost per city. So that we see and compare how much it costs to collect this data depending on which city that you're conducting this survey. And then the other methodology was the USSD methodology. USSD is a communication protocol compatible with all GSM devices. So it has got a maximum session of up to 80 seconds, depending on the mobile network operator. The maximum screen characters, the number of characters that can be accommodated per screen is about 160. And then shared USD channels often charge the user per session. Now, to initiate this USSD survey, the user must dial a code on their phone. And then to recruit these respondents, a specially defined targeted SMS marketing campaign was conducted. The mobile network operators sent SMSs with the participation instructions to subscribe based on their location. So depending on the travel analysis zones that we identified, the mobile network users sent targeted messages in those using their transmission towers in those travel analysis zones as a marketing SMS. And then some of the key findings in Blantyre, for instance, we used TNM as our mobile network operator, and then in Lagos we used the MTN. There were about 100,000 marketing SMSs that were sent in each of these cities. And then as an incentive, there was an airtime that was promised to those that those that would finish the survey of about 20 cents British pounds. And then there on the table there, you see in Blantyre the number of in-city surveys, and then there's the number that finished 80% of the survey, and then the number that finished the whole survey. So you would see that the number differs. It looks like some people inserted the survey, but then did not complete. According to our research or what we found out is that because of the screen timeouts, we suspect that when somebody initiated the survey, they couldn't finish because there was no time. The screen time was so limited that they couldn't finish the survey. So you would see both for Blantyre and Lagos, when somebody initiated the survey, some of them couldn't finish, but there were some still who finished the survey. And then, below there's a table that just compares the cost of conducting this USSD service between Blantyre and Lagos. And then there was also another methodology, the WhatsApp service. This is the usual WhatsApp survey. WhatsApp application that we use on our phones. The good thing with this methodology is that there's no time restriction. You can be on the screen there for as long as you like. And also the character limit per screen is a bit higher at 4,096 characters. So to initiate the survey, the user had to send a message to a particular number. To recruit the respondents, there was also a marketing campaign that was done. And then for the WhatsApp participants, there was no that was offered due to budget constraints. And the table below there shows the number of initiated surveys, the number that completed 80% of the survey, and the number that completed 100% of the survey in Blantyre and Lagos. So we can see there the numbers for the survey, for the WhatsApp surveys were quite low. We would like to think that it was so low because there was no any incentive to participate in this survey. So below there's another table that shows the comparison, of course, of running this WhatsApp survey between Blantyre and Lagos. And then another method that we used to collect data in these cities was to use the UMA, which is the user movement analytics. So the Go Metro has got an SDK which can be integrated into any application, and you just have to update that application. Then that SDK gets integrated with that application. Then you can be tracked. It is passive and it is very anonymous. It is anonymous just for the sake of data privacy. So the user has to grant permission for their origin and destination, their travel time, their trip distances, their latitude and longitude, or just their geolocation, their trips, their journey stages, and so on and so forth. So on the right there is just like a graphic of what it looks like. It's a graphic for Cape Town. This is one of the surveys that we carried out in Cape Town, and the graphics look like that when it's complete. As I've already said before, this methodology has got the SDK, but also there is a standalone app that is on Google that you can upload you can upload or you can install on your device, and can be used to track your movements, just to come up with a trip diary. Normally, the participants were tracked for 7 days. To recruit the participants or the respondents or the participants, a marketing campaign was also carried out for 5 days per city. And there was an incentive of airtime that was offered to the participants. The marketing campaign was done via Facebook, and below there is a table that shows how many people saw the marketing campaign on Facebook, and then how many people clicked it, and how many people downloaded the app, and then how many people registered for the survey, and then how many people completed the survey. And then there's also at the end there, the 2 columns shows the cost of running that survey using user movement analytics. As you can see, there were very few people that completed this survey. Our thinking is that this is a quite new way and quite suspicious way of collecting data, especially in the Global South. So there might have been some apathy as to the idea of being tracked your movement being recorded by someone that you can't even see. So I would like to believe there was some sort of apathy. That's why there were very few completed UMA surveys. And then this slide is the last slide. It just shows the cost comparison of the different surveys per city. For instance, for Blantyre, the cost for a field survey, USSD, WhatsApp, and UMA, as compared to all the other cities that this project was being carried in. So that is the table. And that is the end of my presentation. If there are any questions, I'm available for those. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isaac. Once again. Thank you. Once again, we'll give you a few minutes if there are any burning questions for Isaac. Otherwise, we'll move straight to the open Q&A session. A reminder that please use Slido. There have been quite a few questions that have come in, including one that was asking what is CCG. And for those who may have missed the beginning, it's the Climate Compatible Growth Program that is financed by the UK's FCDO. Okay, so I hope we'll take that question out. It's been liked by a few people, so I hope we won't have to trouble our presenters. Isaac, do you want to look through the Slido and have a look at the questions that are specific to you? I've shared the Slido here with Jim and Martin as well. If you do have the link, please look at Slido. But in the meantime, Martin, I'll come to you since you've been the one having to wait the longest. Would it be possible to get access to the data, equations, and methods for HDM4, not the code, because that's understandably proprietary? So, Martin, if you want to start with that. In the meantime, I give Isaac, Tom as well, if you can have a look at Slido, and then I'll come to Jim.
Yeah, certainly the methods or a detailed explanation of the baseline equations or the fundamental equations in HDM4 are available. If you remember on my second slide, I showed the 5 volumes, which are actually the 5 volumes that allow people to understand how the model works for the different models. There's an introductory one, and there's one for the root deterioration equations. That explains fully how the model works. The data, no. Quite frankly, many of the countries regard this data to be confidential, and we, the bank, would obviously regard it under our access to information policy as being something that we can't make public. It's something that our client shares with us under what we call a deliberative basis, unless it's for research purposes. And indeed, I think when Jim mentioned the criticality analysis that was done in Tanzania, and obviously for that, we shared the HDM4 network and fleet composition, traffic volumes by link with Jim and his team when they were doing that. And that's something I think we also did in Argentina. Those were 2 of the earlier ones that I was involved in. So yeah, not public certainly, but the understanding of how the existing model works is public, and that's in the 5 volumes available on public and indeed online on the bank website. Thank you, Martin. Jim, you've picked some questions.
Yes. So there are a number of questions on what was presented there. The first related to an observation that our focus was on asset hardening, asset strengthening, and the question was, well, should one simply think of having a series of prioritized secure routes within the network? And in a sense, this is where the analysis points one, that there's a very wide range of costs and in particular benefits the different points of intervention within the network. So in effect, it is pointing one towards having particular priority routes which are in effect climate proofed. Now, that, however, is a very difficult choice to make, and we've already identified that the high volume transport network is a relatively sparse network in East Africa in any case, and there's a very high level of economic dependence upon it. So I think one needs to be kind of really cautious about the trade-offs involved. And in a sense, that's why this type of analysis is so important. I wouldn't kind of, it is, however, advisory, and we need to take account of the big picture also of the social functions of the transport network, and aspects of access to essential services, and in rural areas, the importance of transport connectivity as well. I suppose that the message coming out of this, and this is a message from Sharm el-Sheikh this week, though we knew it already, is that there are very hard choices entailed in adaptation, and it is costly, and don't believe the glib statements that all adaptation is wildly cost beneficial. That is not the case. One has to make very difficult choices, and that's what this type of analysis is pointing us towards. Sorry, I will move on a little bit more quickly now. There's a question around access to the tools. As we said, the code is all open source. You can find it on the GitHub site associated with my group in Oxford, OPSIS, the Oxford Programme for Sustainable Infrastructure Systems. And Tom showed you the URL to the tool, so that's accessible as well. As we say, as far as possible, we're working with open data, freely available data, in which case that data is completely accessible too. But as Martin has pointed out, in some instances the data is licensed from governments. There are also some other better private data products like flood data products. So not all of the data to do this analysis as best one possibly can is freely available, though I think the world is on a journey towards making the best data freely available. There's a question around rerouting, and I think the questioner pretty much got to the answer as well in the question, in the sense that this is calculated as in terms of distance and average speed. But I also pointed out that in some instances there are no rerouting options. And then what we do in that case is look at the economic value of the trade, and hence the daily economic loss associated with that amount of trade being disrupted. I'm just quickly scanning down the list before I hand over to Tom. The final question I noted was in terms of how many countries. So within HVT was Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Zambia. The analysis has been applied in some detail with the World Bank in Vietnam, and also for all of Southeast Asia for a high-level tool which was launched at COP last year. As Martin mentioned, in Argentina, we've done a series of studies in the Caribbean as well, in Jamaica, St. Lucia, Curacao, some analysis of this type in Ghana and in Bangladesh. And in a couple of days' time, a little plug here, a global version of this analysis, the so-called Global Resilience Index, will be launched here. So that again is the journey that we're on towards making this type of analysis available globally, and then via CCG, the starter kits of data to get people doing it in particular countries.
Tom, do you have any questions that you want to pick up?
I think Jim picked up pretty much everything relevant to us. There was a question about system loss as well as asset loss and alternative routing. Which, just to repeat that we do calculate those rerouting costs. In the cost model for transport costs, there's a little bit of estimation of a generalized cost of transport that brings in value of time and hence road speed, but also other estimates of other parameters that I can't list off the top of my head for the tariff cost of transporting different goods. And there was an interesting question about could we use these methods for predictive planning to optimize new routes based on both resilience and transport benefit? And the answer is yes, to some extent. It's not what we do, and it's not what you can do with the tool, but it points in that direction a little bit. So there's the question of, with a new route in mind, could you introduce that into the model? How would that affect transport flows, and what assumptions would you make around that route in terms of resilience and how that would be potentially exposed to climate hazards? In the East African analysis, we did introduce future rail routes where we had some idea of rail developments in the region and looked at the potential exposure of those lines to flooding, and actually found that with the geometries that we had available, there was some considerable exposure of the new standard gauge rail, for example, in Kenya and Tanzania, considerable exposure to some bits of flooding, which you would want to look at in more detail with more detailed route geometries and understanding of protection levels and so on. But yeah, it's an interesting way forward. Thanks. I think Martin and Isaac both have questions.
Yep. Thank you, Tom. I think I see an opportunity for collaboration between the HDM4 and what you're doing here in terms of transport costs and how to do alternative routes and so on. Before we go back to Martin, Isaac, there's a question on privacy. Do the security agencies use user movement analysis to track people, and what have you done to address those concerns? Isaac?
Yeah. Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? All right. I think the question was like, no, they don't. This one is a private on the application or technology that is not given to any security agencies. We at government to understand the sensitivities with regards to censorship and tracking. So wouldn't lend this or give this technology to agencies that we're not pretty sure as to how they're going to use this technology. So no, the NSA doesn't use UMA. Also, I saw another question on Slido. It says, have you contacted the Stats Ministry to collect the data in the future? It's their job to collect the useful data. As one of the items for this project, we conducted a workshop where the participants included Blantyre City authorities, it included Ministry of Transport authorities, National Planning Commission. And this is just regards to Malawi, where we tried to find out how we can sustain this exercise. Due to budget limitations, we couldn't do as much. It was just a pilot project. But then we look forward to seeing these local transport authority using these methodologies to go on and collect data and use it for regulation planning, or whatever they want to do with it with regards to transport. So not necessarily the stats ministry, but quite useful or quite relevant stakeholders that we did the workshop with, and with the view of sustaining this exercise. Actually, we are in the process of coming up with an action plan for Blantyre to sustain this exercise. So yes, there is hope that there will be continuity of collection of this data. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isaac. Martin, do you want to come in on any of these questions?
Yeah, thanks very much, Henry. I wanted to unashamedly use a question that I think was directed at Professor Hall and the team, and that is, can these tools be used with minimum support by clients? And build on that with a couple of other points. I mean, first of all, HDM4 obviously has been used by our client countries for the last 30 or 40 years in different iterations with support. I mean, there's training in the rollout, there's beta testing, there's constant support, both in the form of new training, but also in problem solving from the institutions involved. The one thing I would say is that, and I'm sure Jim would agree with me, that these aren't mutually exclusive approaches. I think if you look at it in Jim's criticality analysis, and obviously this was done in Tanzania, primarily the impact is pluvio and fluvial flooding. And that isn't the only impact that we'll get from climate change. We'll get wind, we'll get extreme heat, we'll get increased incidence of extreme storms in places like Mozambique, maybe not in Tanzania, but certainly further south. Durban and Cape Town lose anywhere between 30 and 90 days a year because of wind at the moment. That's likely to increase. All of this needs to come into a model. And I think the challenge actually is ensuring that the module, if you like, in something like HDM4, or also in relation to the comment about new roads and new sections, it comes into the sort of strategic planning exercises that countries and regions do. I mean, in addition to HDM4, one of the other things I'm working on at the moment is, I have a regional freight model covering, together with the team, covering the Southern African countries. And that's everything from Tanzania, DRC, right the way down to South Africa. And that goes up to 2050. And what we're looking at the moment, and I'm talking to CCG, and Mark, I think, is in the room, how do we bring in the resilience model of this type in terms of a scenario within that? We can look at the change in demand for different commodities over that period because of climate change and decarbonization. We can look at what happens in relation to a road to rail policy if there's a specific difference in the pricing regime. And I think it would be particularly interesting to look at a criticality assessment across a regional arena, because then you're starting to look at, okay, which port needs to have additional capacity to build up resilience, which adjacent routes on this essential freight network, because quite honestly, it's the freight networks that drive economic growth in many of the countries in Southern Africa. So let me stop there and see if Jim disagrees or agrees. And if it's the latter, Jim will be happy to work with you, assuming FCDO pays.
Thanks for that, Martin. And yeah, entirely agree. And firstly, in just going back to the question of usability, we are talking about two quite different situations here, in the sense that, as Martin has said, HDM4 is a tool which has been used very widely, more than 60 countries. It has support and a very large user community, whereas the resilience analysis and the network risk analysis that I've showed is on its way out of a research group and is on a rapid trajectory of uptake and use but we can't offer the level of support and training that HDM or FEM4 has provided over many, many years. Perhaps one of the parts of the conversation to have in the context of CCG and other programs is how that is all taken forwards. Agree entirely in relation to the multitude of hazards, and in other analyses we've been able to look at different sets of hazards. The Jamaican analysis, for example, that I mentioned, looked at hurricanes and droughts, as well as different varieties of flooding, and we've looked at different combinations of hazards in different places. And I'm fascinated to hear about the regional freight model. One, I think, interesting addition to that I would mention is analysis of future shipping trade, which my group have done, Jasper Verschoor, using the OECD shipping model, and what that implies in terms of infrastructure investment in African ports. And the answer is that, at least according to some of the trade scenarios, it represents a vast amount of investment, sometimes up to 6% of GDP, going into ports on alone, if you're prepared to believe that. And that underlines again the need to get the climate resilience embedded within that up front to ensure that infrastructure investment is also resilient to the climate impacts which that port infrastructure will face.
Thank you very much, Jim. In the remaining 5 minutes, I'd like to use the chair's prerogative to ask one question to each of the session presenters. First one will go to Isaac. In terms of big data, we've seen a lot of big data, particularly use of mobile data for analysis of transport and other systems. What kind of challenges do low-income countries have in using big data? For those of you who may not know big data, it's a collection of, in the case of mobile users, all mobile users being tracked anonymously. So, Isaac.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for that question. The experience of this project showed us a lot of challenges that big data faces in Africa or in the global south. First of all is the cell phone penetration. There's quite low cell phone penetration in Africa. So for you to get a good representative sample is quite a challenge. Another challenge is for instance, for some of the sessions, you have to use mobile data. So it's quite expensive in Africa to buy and use mobile data. Another challenge is the general lack of analysis with regards to data scientists to be able to. There's almost, in some cases, non-existent infrastructure to support big data.
All right, thank you, Isaac. In 1 minute each, if I may, first of all, Martin, what are the biggest challenges you feel for a finance minister who has to consider transport, health, and education? Does HDM help in any way? In 1 minute, please.
Gosh, in 1 minute. Certainly HDM will allow you to come up with a trade-off between investment in maintenance or investment and level of service. And hopefully if the same appraisal methodologies are used in the health and education sector, which may or may not be the case. I mean, there are very few countries, unfortunately, that use a consistent approach to appraisal across all their sectors. They will get a sense under a medium-term expenditure framework of where the the most appropriate return will come from the modest funds that may or may not be available to the Ministry of Finance at any one particular time. Let me stop there.
Thank you for keeping to the 1 minute. And finally, Jim and Tom, with the unpredictability of climate change and evolving technologies, are return periods still valid? So when you talk of a 100-year or 500-year return period, are we not seeing them more frequently than those periods?
Well, let me pass to Tom first to see whether you have any closing remarks.
So in response to that question briefly, with the analysis that we've looked at, the return period that you see in the baseline 50-year or whichever return period flood you look at, 50-year return period flood in the future will be of a different intensity and extent. So that's a measure of probability that applies in the baseline in the current day, and the frequency and intensity of extreme events will get worse in each of the climate scenarios in the future, with variation in different places. Underlying that, it is also of great interest to look at event-based analysis, where you can really look in more detail at the tail of the probability distribution. I'll stop there and hand back to Jim.
Just one very quick remark on that. So, first of all, the implication is right that climate change makes it more difficult to estimate these return periods, but it's still really important to look at the possibility of extreme shocks. But in the context of a changing climate, we can be completely surprised, and we have seen events which are just right off the return period scale, and that is some of what climate change is doing.
Thank you very much to all of our presenters. Once again, a quick round of applause to all of those, and appreciation to you as well as participants. And over to you, Erin, to close out.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Henry, for chairing. And please do join into our next session at 11, where we talk about macroeconomics. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome. Thank you, everyone, for making it here in person and for everyone online for tuning in. This is today's second session. This session, as with all sessions, is supported by Climate Compatible Growth, CCG for short, and CCG is funded by the FCDO in the UK. This session is actually also organized in collaboration with the department at Oxford University. Today's event is called Macroeconomic Uncertainties Meets Climate Perils. How should policymakers respond?
Thank you. If you would like to ask a question throughout the event, please use Slido. The link is www.slido.com and the code is 2715656. That will be easily accessible for you online, and for those online, the link is very clear on the YouTube channel. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce to you the chair of today's session, Brian O'Callaghan. He is the lead research and project manager for the Programme on Government and Investment, Policy and Investment for the Smith School of Enterprise and the Environment. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone online and everyone here in person for joining us today. The session comes at a really crucial point. The briefing, which you may have seen for today's event, notes that macroeconomic uncertainty, and we're going a little bit broader than that today, it's monetary uncertainty in so many facets of economic life is enormous. We have developing countries at risk of default at rates far beyond what we've seen in the recent past. We have an overhang from the COVID-19 pandemic that continues to affect many crucial policy decisions. We have inflation at record levels. We have a US dollar so strong that some developing countries are having to rethink their whole import-export relationships. Just the list goes on and on and on. The question is, how can policymakers deal with the long-term and immediate climate risks that we all collectively face, and at the same time support the economic priorities of their countries? And of course, those economic priorities are immediate, but they're also long-term. We talk about green growth in that context. This is clearly a deep and difficult topic and extends beyond the current time period, which is particularly acute now. We thought it would be really helpful to bring together some of the world's truly leading experts at this intersection to give some context as we begin the COP negotiations. So, just as a briefing to how this session will run, we'll have 5 to 8 minutes for each of our presenters to speak about the unique contexts of their roles and how they see these issues at play. It will be quite a broad range of topics covered, given their own broad range of expertise. And following that, we'll have an opportunity for questions. We've already mentioned the online portal by which you can lodge those questions, and we encourage you to put them in as we go along. So, perhaps without further ado, I'm very excited and pleased to introduce my colleague and friend, Mr. Pekka Moran from Finland. Pekka represents the Finnish Minister of Finance in the Coalition of Finance Ministers for Climate Action, and he and his team, members of whom are also in the room today, have done a remarkable job in building a coalition of finance ministers who understand the perils of climate change and also understand the nuances of policy in that context. So, Pekka, perhaps you can explain from your perspective, how does our current economic environment intersect with our climate ambitions, and what are policymakers thinking?
Thank you, Brian, and thanks for the invitation. Very topical issue, and indeed also finance ministers in the global context just a few weeks back in Washington had a discussion on this same topic. So there are a few maybe messages from that discussion. But the challenge is real. I can tell you an example from my own country. Finland dealing with the multidimensional crisis, even if we are economically in a fairly strong position. Our budget, government budget, has increased from a bit more than 65 to 80 in past 2-3 years. So 15-17 billion increase in budget in a small country. So there are huge changes, and this is just one case. So similar issues are happening in many countries. But here, when it comes to the work of the coalition, I think there are two big sort of messages. It's very difficult for policymakers to understand the short-term political issues and how you combine them with the long-term challenges. That is one way of what we have been discussing in two perspectives. How could the economic and financial policies be more integrated into climate objectives? And that's a kind of a pretty systemic related issue as well. There are no quick fix to that, even if there is urgency. But there must be ways to find tools, policy levers that need to be anchored to the longer term strategies. And that's maybe one of the key messages that are out there. But I think the starting points from different countries are very, of course, different, and that's important. We are in the coalition, 80 countries, and we need to take into account situations and the challenges supporting countries in all these countries. We also bring together 25, soon a few more institutional partners that have a lot of activities on the ground in these countries. That's really important because they know the kind of the challenges on the ground. And then we need to think about the tools, really, and how to develop the economic policy tools and financing tools. They are all kind of interconnected because finance ministers are ultimately in charge of ensuring the access of countries to financing, whatever type of financing we might be talking about. But that's important, and develop the analysis that has broad sort of macroeconomic context. The economic situations have changed, and interest rate developments are now different. Inflation is high. There are different energy transition challenges depending on country specific circumstances. But as an introductory remark, I thought I'd keep it a bit brief and happy to continue later on. Thank you very much, Brian.
Thank you, Pekka. And I do already have a question for you that I'll save for a little bit later down the track. It relates to the Helsinki principles which govern the focus areas of the coalition, and which of those in particular relate to the current movement. And I presume the question is all of them. The answer is all of them, but we'll get to that. Next up, we have Dr. Susie Kerr from the Environmental Defence Fund, again, a colleague and friend. Susie is the chief economist of EDF, and in that role, she and her team take stock of economic issues, both at the macro and micro level, in so many different countries and environmental contexts. So it's quite rude of us, perhaps, to ask her to choose just one area to focus on. But that's what our request has been today. So I might hand it over to Susie to provide her perspectives on this topic.
Thank you. And I have some slides. Are they coming up? Not quite showing, but never mind. So I want to tell a tale about 3 countries where we have some work involved. So these are Mexico, Colombia, and Chile. And I'd like to thank my colleagues in those 3 countries for helping me to understand the context of the countries they're in. So starting with Mexico, Mexico, like all of Latin America, has really struggled under COVID. It's been a terrifically difficult time. They are only very slowly recovering from that time. So growth has not bounced back as it has in some other places. They're facing the high interest rates, very high inflation. They do have a plus side because of the oil and gas prices. They have a relatively strong fiscal position. And what does their climate policy look like? So their climate policy is, in some senses, well prepared. They have instruments in place. They have an NDC. They have a carbon tax that is available. It could be expanded. At the moment, it's very, very weak. But there's also some real weaknesses in their policies. They have high levels of gasoline subsidies, which essentially outweigh the carbon tax that they've got and are a big burden on the government. They also, more positively though, have engagement in the LEAF coalition around reducing deforestation at a state or a jurisdictional scale. And there are rumours that there will be an announcement during this COP from President Obrador, but I guess we will hear about that more in coming days. Colombia has actually bounced back a lot, though the growth is now slowing. It was sort of a rebound effect. Inflation again is high, energy prices are very high. Again, they have a relatively strong fiscal position. They have very ambitious language around climate policy. They have a very ambitious NDC that depends a lot on controlling deforestation. But they've also recently announced some policies that could really make a big difference. So they've increased duties on coal and oil exports, which is a different approach. And they also have a carbon tax that they've recently expanded to cover basically all of the fossil fuel sector. It's still very low, but it's the basis, the institutional infrastructure is growing to be able to have an effect. They've announced a ban on oil exploration, but it's very shaky politically, so it will be interesting to see what they can achieve there. And they still do, again, subsidise gasoline very, very highly. Chile, macroeconomic situation's actually pretty good in many ways. The GDP has bounced back, but like us all, they're struggling with inflation. And they also, like Colombia, have a very ambitious climate president. So they have a very clearly defined NDC defined in a budget, which is the way that we all define them under the Kyoto Protocol. They have a commitment to close their coal-fired power stations, and that commitment is getting stronger all the time. They're bringing forward the rate of closure. They are reassessing their carbon tax, so they have some of the pieces in place, but they're still not there. The achievement even of their NDC is not guaranteed. So what can they do that is more? How can climate policy actually help us right now while we are facing these macroeconomic and social challenges that everyone in that region is facing? So reducing fossil fuel subsidies, I know we've said this before, but it's still true and it's even more relevant now. That can be used to help fund the social spending and address the inequality concerns in these countries. Also, carbon tax revenue, the instruments are there, they can be strengthened, they can bring more revenue so that if or as the oil and gas prices fall, they don't end up with a fiscal hole. They can rebuild in positive ways. Rural sector rebuilding, renewable energy rebuilding. Sorry. And one of the things that I hear a lot when I talk to finance people is that there's a lot of capital around, but there's a real shortage of fundable projects. So if these countries can invest in actually developing the fundable projects, potentially with support from outside, then they may be able to attract the capital that will bring the jobs and the recovery. Oh, I just hit something wrong. Can you bring that back up again? Sorry. Okay, so the final thing that they can do, which is close to the work that I do, is countries can engage, developing countries can engage proactively in global carbon markets, designing agreements that really work for them, that will bring resources to them in ways that have strong guarantees. So we're developing a particular model which we call climate action teams, but it's similar to other models that are being unveiled here at COP in the next couple of weeks. And the idea is that it's a small group of countries. It's not a general carbon market. So Chile, New Zealand, Canada, Switzerland, countries who all trust each other and have worked together before on other issues can get together and say, let's all try to accelerate our mitigation together. The key features of the agreement, are that they are results-based, so the payment is not for policies, the payment is for achievements, but critically that they are large scale. So they're based on baselines that are estimated at the national scale or at a large sector or even multi-sectoral level, and the monitoring is done through the national inventories. There are also long-term agreements. It's aimed at transformational change. So it can support any policies, not just projects, not just carbon pricing or internal domestic markets, anything that the government of that country thinks will be really effective and socially acceptable to ease a just transition. It has multiple partner countries. New Zealand, where I'm from, is too small to support the whole of Chile's acceleration, but we can pair up with other countries to make a really big difference. And it's not just about money. It's about trust. It's about relationships between the countries. It's about giving each other political support, technical support, helping to build the capacity that we all need to move forward. New Zealand can learn from Chile as well as backwards. And it's critical that all of this is developed in close collaboration with the finance community, because they're the ones who have the real money. Governments can only leverage that larger scale money. So what is a climate team? Countries like these can, knowing that they're going to be trying to buy credits from Chile, they can invest their climate finance to help Chile develop their plans so that they will be able to actually deliver credits. There's a guaranteed minimum price, which protects Chile, and there's a guaranteed maximum price, which gives a reason for New Zealand to engage with Chile, because they are securing their supply of very good, their access to very high quality units. And then you have a way of managing prices between the two. And it's not just a price, it's an amount of money. So it's advance purchase commitment with potentially resources that are literally put into some sort of fund held somewhere. The New Zealand government can't provide this. When I talk to the New Zealand Finance Ministry, they're like, where are we going to get this sort of money from? But New Zealand companies have to buy credits under the emissions trading system, so they could instead invest in these credits if the New Zealand government will let them use them for compliance. And they do have deep pockets and large access to capital. And, of course, any agreement, because this is a global commons problem, any agreement requires high levels of transparency to make it credible, and high levels of external observers to make sure that we're not all just creating ourselves an easy way out of our commitments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kerr. You know, we often go to events like this and someone will stand up and say, what we need is a new innovative mechanism that brings a win-win solution to all parties involved. I think that's what I just heard. Susie, I also really liked your focus in framing on what countries want as opposed to what they should do. Everything you were saying is let's try to support a country deliver on the needs and priorities that they themselves identify and the pathways that they want in that process. I think that's just so important to getting to the output that we'd like. We're going to now invite Mr. Jean-Paul Adam to provide some comments himself. I love introducing Jean-Paul because his list of accolades is incredible and long. Firstly, he was an Olympian swimmer, which I love to remind everyone of. After that, he went into politics and spent time as the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Health for the government of Seychelles. And now he is Director of Technology, Climate Change and Natural Resources for the UN Economic Commission for Africa. So clearly, Jean-Paul's purview now is the African continent, but that itself is a collection of many states with vastly different economic positions. So it'll be interesting to hear from Jean-Paul about how these various different positions are influenced by the macroeconomic environment that we're in, and importantly, how that intersects with their climate ambitions, which quite honestly are often a lot stronger than many developed countries themselves. So Jean-Paul, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Brian, and You always seem to enjoy reminding me of my former Olympian past, particularly when, unfortunately, my current exercise regime is nowhere near as good. But it's a great pleasure to join everyone here, and I'll be speaking from the African perspective because the Economic Commission for Africa is focused on accompanying African countries in what is currently an extremely challenging circumstance. We are in a circumstance of, at best, standstill, and at worst, regression. Just a very quick recap of the recent economic development in Africa. Prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, growth was very strong and robust across the African continent, of course, with some exceptions. But it is true that this growth continued to be driven by essentially extractive-driven export with minimal value addition. There was some value nonetheless to this because it did create a large number of jobs. And there was, between 2000 and 2019, one of the largest reductions in poverty across the continent linked to this. But the pandemic and the subsequent fuel and energy crisis linked to the crisis in Ukraine have exposed the vulnerability of the economic structure of the majority of African economies. The pandemic and the beginning of the food and energy crisis has actually driven 55 million people who were previously out of poverty back into poverty. And we should note that the poverty threshold is only $2 a day, so that is a very concerning number. This is in a context where the recovery after the pandemic, partly because of the food and energy crisis, has also been very slow. And even where growth numbers are high, again, job losses have not necessarily recovered. So hence the large number of people who are now in poverty. So the challenge of the current environment is one where progress will be very limited unless there are structural changes within economies. But the biggest driver of change will actually be what I would call agenda-setting finance. Because in the majority of African countries, they're currently faced, even when they have growth, which might be quite robust, because of the impact of the food and energy crisis, the fiscal balances are negative. At the height of the pandemic, the average fiscal deficit was minus 13%. And while a number of countries have recovered, overall, the capacity to fund new investment domestically driven is almost non-existent. So the new agenda-setting finance will, in the majority, have to come through a mix of donors and grants, concessional finance through additional financing through the multilateral development banks and international financial institutions, and private sector investment. And the problem in the current macroeconomic environment with the rise of interest rates in the global north means that there is a flight of capital away from emerging markets, and Africa in particular is seen as extremely risky, and a lot of that capital is then flowing to safe havens, which is typical of what happens in this kind of environment. So the prospects are bleak. As Brian mentioned, despite all of these issues, African countries have actually been extremely ambitious through their nationally determined contributions and have put forward very ambitious plans for the type of transformation that they would like to make and undertake. So let me focus on some of the main areas there which I think can lead to deliver on this type of structural transformation that we need to see of African economies. The building block has to be energy, because there are 600 million people without access to energy. There are 24 African countries where over 50% of the population still don't have access to energy, and there are 900 million people who do not have access to clean cooking. So investment in energy, and driven primarily by investment in renewables, has to be the motor for the diversification of African economies, because a lot of the other economic activities that can happen will only happen if there is access to energy to power that sustainable industrialization. And the investment in energy will have to come through a mix, again, of grants, particularly for countries that are extremely vulnerable, as well as investment from the private sector and access to concessional loans. The second area that needs to be looked at is how African countries can improve the environment in their own countries for the mobilization of resources and for investment in transformative activities. And I was very interesting to hear Susie's work on carbon markets, and this is an area that African countries have also emphasized the opportunity. And there was this morning the launch of the African Carbon Markets Initiative. If you are interested, please search for it online. And the idea is that African countries can produce a large number of high-quality, high-integrity carbon credits to actually meet the world's sequestration needs. An analysis that we have done has shown that African countries using nature-based removal alone could provide up to 30% of carbon sequestration needs by 2030. And if we have a price of over $50 per ton, which is significantly higher than you currently get, but it's still a realistic price, African countries could raise up to $15 billion per annum from carbon markets, which could be reinvested in areas of importance. And very critically, and the key intervention that the ECA is doing is supporting countries on the development of projects that are linked to livelihoods, to job creation, and therefore that the investment generates credits, which can be reinvested, but very critically is linked to this value chain, which is directly linked to the protection of the environment and sustainability. And the third area is the opportunity to use other innovative financing mechanisms, and here we've been focusing on sustainable debt, the opportunity to refinance existing debt which may be unsustainable. African countries just in 2022 will pay twice more in debt repayments than they are receiving in bilateral aid. The refinancing of more expensive debt would allow countries to invest savings in climate resilience, and one of the ideas of the Sustainable Debt Coalition that the COP27 presidency is leading, that ECA is supporting, and also with the support of Brian, is to help countries link their investments and the amount that will be done through debt in a way whereby climate resilience is locked in. So those are some of the areas, and we can go into a bit more detail as part of the follow-up questions. Thank you.
Let's provide some applause. Thanks, JP. I find often after conversations with JP, I ruminate on a couple of his phrases, these turns of phrases that he has a habit of forming, talking about African nations at best at a standstill, at worst in deep regression, talking about the biggest driver of change being agenda-setting finance. Those are things that I think we can all ruminate on, and we'll probably return to in the questions. We're now going to move on to Professor Phoebe Kondori, who she has more plates in the air than I would have hands to spin them. And I'm going to try to give a little bit of an expose of some of the roles that Phoebe plays, but by no means am I going to cover them all. So she's first professor Professor of Environmental Economics at the Athens University of Economics and Business, also a professor at Denmark's Technical University, DTU. She founded and directs the Sustainable Development Unit at Athena. She is the chair of SDSN, a Global Climate Hub. She's a president. In an academic sense, this is very impressive. She's the president of the European Association of Environmental Resource Economics, and most importantly to me, because it's where we met, she also chairs the Lancet Commission on COVID-19, where we've worked together on green recovery. So, Phoebe, you are distinguished, and we couldn't possibly request a particular topic from you. We would love for you to tell us what we need to know.
Yeah, I'm going to stand here, Brian. It was a pleasure to work with you during the Lancet. Can I have my slides, please? You want me to open the microphone? I did. Is it better now? Okay, I'm going to stand just to have better access to my slides. We worked with Brian and his group at Oxford is an old acquaintance of mine. During my 18 years in the UK, we used to work very closely, and now we met during the last commission for COVID-19, where I had the pleasure to lead the task force on green recovery. And I'm going to give you some background on that, and I'm going to focus mostly on Europe, just because we consider Europe as the leadership example for sustainability transition, because it has in place policies. So I'm going to focus on that, but we have worked across the globe, and we understand that this is a global problem. So overall, like Brian said, and he's always very articulate, that's why I love working with him, we have many different uncertainties. We have the health crisis, the COVID, which is not over yet. We have the recession that derives from COVID, but also now coupled with inflationary pressures. We have the climate change crisis. We have the biodiversity collapse crisis, which is very serious because we depend on these ecosystems for production and consumption patterns across the economy and the society. And lately, we have a war in Europe, which actually increases the energy crisis, the severity of the energy crisis, and brings in food crisis. And in addition to all of this, if you see what is happening on the globe, we have a crisis of increasing inequalities, income inequalities between countries, within countries, and definitely between the developed world and the global south. And we are a cluster. I lead this cluster of institutions, which includes 5 different research institutions, 4 accelerators, and some networks with which we work in order to better diffuse our results. And the idea is that we work on research and many different research projects across the world, and the results of these research projects are accelerated as either technological or social or financial innovations through the accelerator, through our accelerator, so that they become the basis for massive deployment of the solutions. This is a technology-based sustainability transition. It can be made possible only through technological, financial, and social solutions. But the difficulty is not producing these solutions. We are very efficient in producing these solutions. The difficulty is massive deployment and deployment in the developing world and emerging markets. And there is where it's more costly to deploy, and there is where infrastructure and capacity is missing. So after we try on the deployment, we also understand that this is an era of a huge need for massive investment in reskilling and upskilling in order to keep the social cohesion, in order to engage the labor market in this transition. Because if they don't know, if they are not familiar with the technologies, if they are not familiar with the concepts, they will not be engaging in the transition. So let me just say that within this context, Europe was quite efficient and clever, and building on the SDGs, the 17 SDGs of UN Agenda 2030, and the 169 targets within them, it produced the European Green Deal, of course integrating the Paris Climate Agreement. And the European Green Deal basically, as we all know, focuses on 2050 neutrality, clean tech leadership of Europe, a reduction of pollution, and of course, leaving no one behind. And it further developed the framework with the Recovery and Resilience Plan, which was a big win for Europe, because after the huge non-linearity of COVID, the Europe growth strategy remains to be green and digital. So in order to get part of the 750 billion euro in addition to the multi-annual financial framework, you had to show investment investments that are 37% climate mainstream and 20% digital mainstream. Climate mainstream means renewables, nature-based solutions, circular economy, e-mobility. Digital mainstream means upskilling and reskilling for digital skills, cutting-edge technologies deployment, and cyber security, and of course, connectivity. So within this, we also have the pledges around the world showing improvement. So with the GOR, we have the Repower EU, which basically said that we are going to focus on investments in renewables, and we are going to establish connectivity and the supply chains that were disrupted from COVID. And this is what Europe is doing. But if you click in the last part, we can see that we are also, during the COPs, making progress for our climate targets. So here you can see that actually, if you bring together all the scenarios within the nationally determined contribution and other announced pledges, you see a 1.8 possibility of increase in global temperature. We need to try for 1.5, but we are making progress, really making progress. Please go back. So our Lancet report showcase a few areas where we need to focus in order to make progress. Please click in here. Here you can see a report that we are producing every year since 2015 as UNSDSN. I chair the European Hub and the Global Climate Hub. And in this report, we show that the last 2 years we have stagnation with regards to programs with regards to the SDGs. 17 SDGs, 169 targets, hundreds of indicators measuring each one of them. So this is our way to build investments, country-specific investments. This framework is quantifiable, measurable, holistic, systemic, integrated, and is our guide, our blueprint towards investing, towards producing, developing investment programs for each country based on the specificities of the country. Please, let's go back. Let me quickly tell you what are the areas where we want to focus with regards to green recovery. Energy sector, obviously more minerals-based energy production, storage and distribution systems, very important. The agricultural sector and food sector have to be directly linked to environment and ecosystems. Urbanization's growth should be managed sustainable. The health sector should invest in recovery packages, in strengthening health systems and increase regulation on risk sources, and research and development for geoengineering is important because we are at a stage that unfortunately we have to work on removing CO2 from atmosphere and blocking the sun and so on. So I will close by showing you some results that indicate how useful the SDG framework is. And this is results based on Europe. Now we've done some machine learning exercises in order to answer a few basic questions. Does the European Green Deal support the SDGs? And remember, these are just the hundreds of thousands of pages of the policies that detail the European Green Deal. This is not implementation. This is the goal of the European Green Deal. And we can show quite vividly that climate action, industry innovation, affordable clean energy, responsible consumption and production, and decent work and economic growth are supported. Please go back. And actually, if you try to categorize the possible effect of the European Green Deal on transformation pathways, and this is crucial, here is what you get. Please click on here. So we have a methodology that categorizes the 17 SDGs and the targets within them in 6 transformation pathways that are consistent with the structure of ministries in the countries. And the transformation pathways that the European Green Deal is strong in supporting is the transformation pathway on energy decarbonization and the transformation pathway on sustainable use of land, production of food, and sustainable use of water, sea, and oceans. The European Green Deal is doing good work with regards to that. The work of the European Green Deal, including the industrial and the digital policies of Europe, is less strong in supporting the digital revolution transformation and the sustainable cities and communities transformation. And finally, and unfortunately, the European Green Deal is very weak in supporting the social cohesion transformations. 2 transformations in that: education, gender and inequality, health, well-being, and demography. So without social cohesion, no big transformation was ever possible. And this transformation we are asking now is bigger than anyone we asked before from humankind. And it's not just bigger, it needs to happen in a very limited amount of time. So we need to focus, please go back, on social cohesion. And my last slide is the way we spent the recovery and resilience plans in Europe. Did we spend it according to the SDGs? Well, once again, we did try to do that. This is the analysis for the Southern European countries, which are the countries that basically absorb most of the money. And we see that, yes, we have invested a lot in green energy, in e-mobility, in green buildings, in natural capital, but much less so on ecosystems, on sustainable food systems. And this creates a problem because these are areas where European countries are performing very low in terms of their SDGs performance. So we might, please go back, we might want to focus the cohesion funds that are coming next on this area in order to make our sustainability transition really possible. Because remember, no SDG is fully implemented without the other SDGs being implemented. This is the last slide, and basically proposes a methodology for monetizing the changes on the use of natural resources for different projects, investments you want to consider. Why we consider monetization of the effect of natural capital crucial? Because for whatever investment or production activity, you need produce capital. Yes, we monetize this, it's in the market. We need human capital, we partly monetize this, labor markets, but natural capital, it's outside the market in its most part, and because it is difficult to monetize, we have kept it out of our cost-benefit analysis, and because we've done that, we depleted our natural capital. So we propose a way to monetize all the ecosystem services of terrestrial, water, and fresh ecosystems in all the 14 biogeographical regions of Europe. We have estimated willingness to pay per household, per country, and we have also shown that there is a correlation between high willingness to pay for capital and good performance in the environmental SDGs. So in order to direct investment towards preserving natural capital, you really need to integrate natural capital in your investment decisions. And in order to do that, you need to quantify and monetize. So I'm closing just to say that we also recently launched a Global Climate Hub, which basically works with governments. At the moment, we work with 18 different governments in order to detail and downscale the technological, policy, and financial pathways for each and every country in order to be able to really implement transition pathways toward climate neutrality and climate resilience. And our Climate Hub includes 9 different units with staff and funding and projects and models that bring together all this holistic exercise that is needed in order to downscale the transition pathways. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much. Is it on? Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Kanduri. Your optimism is inspiring, and I think we all, certainly I, have so much to learn from you. Thank you for those slides there. One piece that you mentioned in opening, and I reference it again here because it relates to the next speaker, was on the superimposition of different crises. You had that first slide with the different waves, COVID-19, within the wave of climate, within the wave of biodiversity loss, within the wave of war. Our next speaker, Dr. Nicola Ranger, tries to unpack what the fundamental drivers underneath all of those different crises might be in regard to our response. So here we're talking about resilience, which ties into your social cohesion pieces, and we're talking about a bit more too. So I wonder if we can get, oh there, Nicola, you're on the screen, we can all see you. Thank you so much for joining us. Dr. Nicola Ranger is based at the University of Oxford, and I believe currently in the UK. She is a very humble and world-leading expert on adaptation and resilience and its interaction with economics. Of course, she also has expertise beyond that. She currently consults to the World Bank as well as a bunch of other institutions. So Nicola, we'd be delighted to hear from you in regard to what we can learn from the current crises, the many crises, and what we can learn from them with regard to future preparations.
Hi everyone, good to be with you. Can you hear me okay?
Perfectly, thanks.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, thank you so much for the invitation. And I'm really delighted to be part of this session because usually I sort of wear 2 hats in my role. One is I work a lot with the World Bank and the IMF and others on dealing with shocks and financial crises. And then I have a very different hat, which is talking about how we mobilize investment for adaptation and how we bring adaptation more into financial decision making. So I'm absolutely delighted that this session now allows me to bring together those 2 perspectives. And I think this is incredibly timely that we're talking about this. And I really welcome the comments from the speakers. I think what I would like to talk about though, so I think in terms of the current crises, there are some really obvious points that come out. The point that the key thing about needing to move much faster and harder, both on investment in low carbon development and in adaptation, and that those will deliver many benefits in terms of building our resilience to these types of shocks in the future. I think that's a core message, but I want to focus on another message that we should learn from this. I would like to propose that these current crises mean that we need to completely rethink our approach. I think that we have to stop treating climate change as an isolated issue. I think we need to stop thinking about a transition. I think we need to start thinking about a resilient transition. So we need to start thinking about how do we build systems, financial systems, a global architecture, national planning that accounts for the fact that we need to transition, but we need to transition in an environment of increasing shocks. So it needs to be much more resilient. And I think that's actually quite a different, potentially, set of measures to do that. So I'm going to make 3 points. So one is this new approach. The second point is that the need to have systems in place beforehand to prepare for these shocks. And the third point I'm going to make is about making sure that we're recovering from shocks in ways that builds longer term resilience. So on that first point then, I think the key thing here is that these cascading compounding risks are increasing. I don't think it's any coincidence that we've seen this one big global shock after another in the past years. This is the environment that we're in now. And climate change is part of that, but there are other reasons as well. And I think that we really need to start dealing with that explicitly in the way that we're managing climate change. So that has implications both for high-income countries and also for low-income countries. For high-income countries, we need to be thinking about how we transition to a low-carbon economy in ways that deal with these bumps in the road. I do a lot of work with banks, for example, at the moment on greening finance. And the thing that they're all learning from this is that they need to be dealing with these bumps in the road. So they need to be thinking about how do we put in place plans to be transitioning to net zero, but accounting for these bumps in the road. And that requires quite a different approach. It means that as well for governments need to be prepared that this transition will not be smooth. We will see energy shocks like this, and we need to be prepared for that and ensure that every time that an event happens, it doesn't set us back in terms of our climate goals. So being prepared for that ahead of time. And then for emerging and developing economies, I think the key lesson from this is about these compounding crises. So we've done a lot of research with collaborators around the world that's tried to look at how different crises compound together and the impacts of that. So, for example, during COVID, we did a lot of research looking at what would happen if countries are affected by a climate shock at the same time as the pandemic. And what we find is the impacts are amplified 40% or more. So the impacts of the combined shock is 40% more than adding the two individual shocks together. This is a massive compounding effect, and we need to deal with that explicitly in how we're building resilience to shocks today. And it's particularly important for the fiscal risk management side. And the point was made earlier about the debt sustainability challenge. That has to be a key part of this, and we need to be thinking about not just creating fiscal space for countries to make the investments that they need to make, but allowing them to be prepared to deal with these types of compounding shocks that we'll be seeing in the future. So that's my first point about this need for a very different approach. So what does that then look like in practice? So my second point is having systems in place to prepare for these shocks. Let's take finance. So finance came up as an important part in some of the previous interventions. Yes, finance, I think, is absolutely critical for this. But at the moment, a lot of the financial sector is focusing on how do we align our finance with net zero goals, which are absolutely critical. But actually, the Paris Agreement, Article 2.1c, says they should both be aligning finance with net zero, but also with climate resilient development. And nothing has happened on that. Let's be clear. Financial institutions are not acting on that. And so I really feel that we need to be moving much faster and harder, and this will ensure that financial institutions, as well as aligning finance with the net zero transition, are doing that in ways that also builds resilience. To give you a statistic on that, we'd looked at just the FTSE 100 index in the UK. 60% of the FTSE 100 companies, 1.8 billion in market capitalization, is in areas that are potentially having a really big impact on global resilience. So if those companies are not accounting for that impact, that's setting us all back in terms of meeting both our climate goals and broader resilience goals. The other area is having systems in place to deal with the shocks. Having sort of risk financing systems in place, for example, dealing with the growing debt crisis. And then just a final point then on this, how do we recover in ways that build resilience? So building on the excellent work that Brian and his team did last year, looking at the green recovery and how mitigation is integrated into that green recovery. We've also recently done work on to what extent is adaptation and resilience integrated, quite similar to what we heard from Professor in the last intervention for the SCGs. We've done that globally and looked specifically at adaptation. And what we find is that actually only about 10% of recovery finance is aligned directly with adaptation goals. And why is that? Is that enough? These are open questions. So I think that has to be a critical priority, making sure that when we're investing in this recovery, that we are doing it in ways that build long-term resilience, because our evidence shows that just isn't happening at the moment. And I'll pause there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicola. I think this theme of resilience is certainly under discuss, and we're really glad to bring it into the discussion here today. The transition in resilience that you talk about acknowledges that our interconnectedness is leading to more and more shocks. And just a personal observation, and Nicola, you alluded to this, is not just about shocks in the climate community, and it's not just the climate community that's thinking about that. Think about all of the banking sector reforms at national and international levels that have been going on since the 2008 crisis. Think about the effective altruism community and their constant focus on existential risk and doing something about that. So this is clearly a theme that is coming up in different corners, and as Nicola says, I think it's really important for us to unite them all together. So Nicola, thank you for those interventions there. I hope that we've had an opportunity as an audience to think through some questions and perhaps put them online, or maybe you can raise your hand in just a moment. As you consider those questions, I thought I might open with one, and it's quite a selfish piece because it relates to fiscal policy, where I do quite a lot of work, but I know that many of you have alluded to various different fiscal policy measures here. So I'm wondering, and we might go one by one, but you certainly don't have to provide a response. How does the current crisis influence how governments should tax and spend? And we've talked about some potential solutions there. So if we know some solutions, why aren't we making progress on those pathways? Pekka, it's been a while since you spoke, so I might start with you, and I know that one of the Helsinki principles speaks directly to this topic.
Thanks, Brian. Maybe before I comment on that, I would like to, refer to the excellent speeches that we just heard before going to the Helsinki principles and your question. The point really is why finance ministers are more and more coming to the COP meetings is exactly that we need to rethink the approach, and that there is a big structural reform pressure. And all these changes, the transition, will have huge impacts on our economies, fiscal policies, fiscal situations, and financing. And there is an observation generally that, and a question coming to the finance ministers, that you guys are walking around with pockets full of money, so you are kind of helping to solve this problem. That is really a big misunderstanding there, because we are actually working on how to solve this transition challenge with the lack of financing globally, and the fact that actually 70% or so from the transition must come from the private resources. This is assessment we've done in my country. So there is a lot of this enabling environment that needs to be created that is really the key. And where we are now, and I'm coming back to your question on budget policy, that we first need to understand, this is what we have been doing in the coalition, what are the actual risks? Because if we had a discussion a few years back in our head of our budget department in my country, he said he cannot understand the climate risks and the way they could transform into our economy, because there are quite multiple channels. So that's why we have also done in the coalition work on how the climate and nature related risk can transform into our economies. And that's the first thing, to understand. Then the other is to plan. And the third is to act. We cannot act if we don't understand what problem we are solving. And as came out from the presentations, that's why I kind of like also the EU presentation that you were giving, because it shows that this is a massive, complex challenge, and no one is really, it's difficult to lead this process. So that's why we also come to the governance-related issues. And when you want to take the budget, the budgetary public finances, financial management, there are a couple of things that need to be done if you want to take it to the next level. You first need to have political commitment to actually do that, because that's not nice. There are many things that are not so nice when you start going deeper into your subsidy structures. So you need to have tough political decisions. You need expertise, you need to have data, IT systems, you need to change your budget, maybe where you process your budget, and where you actually work with other ministries. And finally, the governance. You need to have a kind of governance structure to support that. I think I stop there.
Can I say something?
Please do. Thank you.
I wanted to make 2 or 3 points. I like the fact that there is a deep understanding and agreement in this panel, because we are all people that work not just from academia, but we interact vividly with the government sector and with the private sector. The first point I wanted to re-emphasize is that we are at a state where we are expecting multiple shocks to be happening simultaneously, because we have the shocks of climate, we have the shocks of biodiversity collapse, and in the last commission, the virology task force indicated that at the moment there are at least 6,000 other recorded viruses that can make the cross-species leap at any time. And we have no guarantee that it's going to be one by one. And through this COVID crisis, we never discussed what are the regulatory measures that are going to reduce that risk. We discussed about vaccines, we discussed about successes of different countries and cities with regards to to limiting deaths. We discussed about the resilience of the health system, but we need regulation to prevent or lower those risks. So that is point 1. Point 2, with regards to the financial instruments. In our studies that try to monetize natural capital and biodiversity, you see explicitly that the countries with the richest biodiversities are usually the poorest across the world. So you can see many debt swap opportunities there that can be put into place and can provide positive welfare effects both to the developing world and the developed world, because we need this biodiversity. Third point, it's crucial to have the private sector in. The deficit with regards to implementing the SDGs, we've estimated at more than $10 trillion. There is no public money to do the transition. More than 70% has to come from the private sector, like you said. So we need to figure out the optimal ways of creating public-private partnership. The private, those gains that can be made through private funding, they should be made through private funding. And those that are impossible because the good is so public that you cannot identify efficient instruments to internalize the externalities, that maybe those should be financed by the public sector. And you can always do a very good optimal allocation of the financing of the different projects. Economists know how to do that. And of course, a lot has to come from the transformation of the insurance industry. The insurance industry is not resilient enough to tackle problems that have to do with big disasters. So we need to transform that as well. And my final point, in order to transform both for governments, for public companies, for private companies, there is only one way to do it. You need to look at the whole value chain. You need to identify where transformation is profitable for the business, irrespective of whether it's public or private, and attack that first. Only if you go in detailed value chain analysis and you attack the areas where, including circularity, renewables, climate adaptation, digitalization, nature-based solutions, would increase the profit margin or the resilience of the business, you should go there first.
in order to prove that it's possible to become resilient, sustainable, and also increase your profitability. And I'm going to end by saying that in our econometric analysis, we showed that the companies that are more innovative and more sustainable are the ones who survive the new policy additions of the European Union, which are towards the direction of climate resilience and sustainability resilience.
Thank you, Professor Kandari. Jean-Paul?
Maybe I'll come in quickly. I think one of the things to keep in mind is not to underestimate how hard it is to bring about this kind of change. And I refer to one of my former lives when I was Minister of Finance of Seychelles. And I remember having very difficult conversations. And we were running very good budgets at that time. We were having a regular surplus. In the 2 years where I was there and I presented budgets, we had fiscal surpluses of 5% of GDP, so very good results. But then when it came to, well, we've got these good results, we're going to be able to increase spending the following year, then when you actually have to make the decision of where you're going to put that money, you're actually much more constrained than you think you are, partly because a lot of the programs that started years before have locked in increments. And that's why it's hard, because even if you have flows of funds that are coming, quite often those flows are already earmarked. And making changes are often very difficult politically. And that's why the role of new finance is particularly important, because the role of new financing flows allows you to also manage some of those difficult decisions. And I think that's one of the successful examples of the European Union, where you've got regular agenda-setting finance that is earmarked for specific areas, and it changes behaviors at the level of governments, but also the level of the private sector that are following the example that is set by the government. And I think this is one of the very important aspects that we need to keep in mind, even in developing and emerging economies. So if we go to the question of fuel subsidies, in Africa, there are actually $37 billion worth of subsidies. It's a huge amount, right? But it's not so straightforward to say that you will cut those subsidies, because in many cases, those subsidies are intrinsically linked also with earnings, particularly for countries that are exporters. And the subsidies are sometimes indirectly channeled, but touching those subsidies then affects, in many cases, the earnings that governments have. There's also an impact, and if we take the example of Egypt, that very commendably a few years ago started a process of removing fuel subsidies. But it's important to understand the challenge of doing so, because the fuel subsidies were designed in theory to support the low-income families. The reality is the big beneficiaries are not those income families, but it's almost impossible to reform it without having some impact on those low-income families. Specifically, the price of bread goes up. And there are other methods that can be used, but it's not easy to implement. Whereas if you have a new form of finance that, for example, is linked to the, let's say, to sustainable agricultural production, you can often then divert, you can create new jobs, you create new flows of incomes, and often you can increase even your receipts from taxation through value-added taxes and so on. And it is often then easier to manage the change if you have this new form of finance. And the final point I'll make is touching on the point about insurance, which again is very important, because particularly if you want to have resilience for external shocks. And in the African context, there's an organization called Africa Risk Capacity, which does a fantastic job. They're very efficient in terms of supporting countries that have actually paid into this scheme. But a large number of countries can't afford to pay in. But when we've looked at the cost efficiency, if we were to have a certain amount of grants for the extremely vulnerable countries to pay into the scheme on their behalf, it would still save everyone a large amount of money. It would save donors a large amount of money, and it would save these countries a large amount of money. So those would be the quick points that I would make. But never underestimate the power, particularly of new flows of financing, because that's how you set agendas more easily than trying to change entrenched systems.
Thank you for the practitioner-informed perspective there, Jean-Paul. Very helpful. Susie.
Thank you. I want to come in very much on what Jean-Paul said and on how incredibly difficult it is to do what seems obvious in a textbook, which is to stop subsidising the bad things and start taxing the bad things instead. But I guess I wanted to bring a positive story just so we can be more optimistic early in COP. Going back to my own past in the 80s, working in the New Zealand Treasury, when New Zealand almost went bankrupt and faced a major crisis, as a result of which we took off huge subsidies on our agricultural sector, which no one else really in the world, I think, has managed to do so well. And we were able to do it because we had to. And that was a really good driver, which is sort of additional to the new money sort of story. So sometimes governments have those opportunities where, yeah, exactly, never waste a crisis, and that gives you the possibility to move forward. So we should be looking for those opportunities. But even when the crisis arrives, it's not easy to just turn the tap off, so we need to be prepared with plans for how we're going to do it. Just like Nicola said about being prepared before the disaster or the crisis hits us, we need, so that we are less impacted by it, we also need to be prepared to take the opportunities. So we have planned what a tax reform would look like before the opportunity comes when we're politically able to do it. And I think the final thing we can do is really support each other in these changes, so that when some countries trying to do this, the other countries come in and push back against the vested interests, who are sometimes incredibly powerful at supporting policies that we all know are not a good idea, except for those narrow groups.
Thanks, Susie. Nicola, we just wanted to check if you would like to come in, or...
Maybe, thank you. So maybe just to add a point on the insurance side, if I may. So I completely agree on the importance of African risk capacity, and I had the pleasure to work with them in my practitioner life. I think one of the, and this links back to Susie's point as well, that the other really, really important thing about African risk capacity is the planning and preparedness side of it. So yes, countries take out an insurance contract which protects them against drought, and actually now they're looking at other hazards as well. But to take out that policy, they have to have a plan, and that plan has to be developed by the government, and it has to be developed in a way that meets certain standards, and it has to be verified. And that's it. It's that plan, not just the finance, but having that plan in place that creates the real difference. And I do think now that we can learn from that, and as we're thinking about how do we better respond to shocks globally, start thinking about what types of other shocks could that be used for? So if we look at what's happened, for example, in the current crises, countries are dealing with a big food price shock, an energy price shock. This is having a massive fiscal impact on many countries in Africa, as well as a social and economic impact. Having plans in place before, and as Susie said, perhaps that's for what policies could be introduced when this happens. How will subsidies be used in an efficient way, and how will they be efficiently taken away when they're not needed anymore? But having those plans in place would prevent the sort of, shall we say, sort of delay in decision making that we've seen in I think every country in dealing with this unprecedented shock, that helps funding to flow and support to flow to those people that need it in crises. And I really do feel that these ex ante, both planning and financing instruments, really need to play a big role now as we think forward about how we deal with these shocks.
Thank you, Nicola. I've just seen a whole list of online questions for us to jump to, and there might be additional in the room. Perhaps before we do that, I wanted to make one of my own very brief comments on this fiscal question, and that is just to say that this is not necessarily a case of looking for investment opportunities that only support climate. In many instances, there are already allocated flows that can be made more resilient or improved in some way. And certainly there's a role for the private sector to play, and it's an enormous role, and it's larger than the public sector role, but we shouldn't underestimate the public sector role in crowding in private capital, and also the amount's quite large, right? COVID-19, $17 trillion. Phoebe, you mentioned that it would take $10 trillion, right? $17 trillion. Obviously, we're not going to make all of that 100% investment in solar plants, but a large majority of that can have resilience-based or climate-based tinges, let's say. Okay, let's jump to some questions. If there's anyone in the room who has asked a question online that wants to instead ask it by voice, let us know. Otherwise, I might just read out a few online. So I'll read out a few questions. A bunch of them are specifically directed to panelists, and then provide the opportunity to respond. First question, how would anyone on the panel separate the definition of resilience versus sustainability? Are they the same thing? And should there be resilience development goals? A question directed to Nicola. On your first point about the new approach, how will this build upon current approaches rather than starting completely anew? And I suppose an inherent part of that question is there value in building from what already exists? A question, I believe, to everyone. How do we explain to people that we've now missed the period of historically low interest rates, and so the context of these decisions are different? There are quite a few, so I might be a bit selective and do one for Susie and one for Jean-Paul. And I believe Mr. Morin has his own additional comments to add. So Susie, you said that investment capital is available, but there are few bankable project proposals. What is it that makes a project bankable? And Jean-Paul, what are the key ecosystem pieces that are needed to attract finance to developing countries for energy and infrastructure type projects? So that's a lot of questions. I've read them all out so that we might go through the panel one more time. We have 12 minutes left. There are 5 of you, so about 2 minutes, if you would please. Jean-Paul, you're reaching for the mic, so let's start with you.
Okay, hopefully I remember, I wasn't as smart as Pekka to bring a piece of paper, but maybe the first question about the historic window of low interest rates, maybe not specifically to me, but I think that this is a huge challenge for developing countries, because already even in the low interest rates world, developing countries were playing, and that we talk sometimes about the Africa premium. The cost of investing in Africa is significantly higher. Egypt, for example, did its large-scale green bond for investing in solar plants. It paid around 5% on its green bond. Similar bonds in the OECD countries would be 1% or even lower at the time that Egypt did that. And we should keep in mind that energy-related projects in Africa have a default rate of less than 5%. So there is this risk perception which needs to be addressed. And I think certainly in the current environment, that leads to the ecosystem question. I think we have to just be very direct. In the current environment, if we want to have private sector investment in emerging economies, and if it has to happen immediately, there has to be blended finance, risk reduction, and guarantees deployed to allow private sector finance to be crowded in. There's some very good examples in Africa. Morocco have done domestically based green bonds that have floated on the local market, but it was supported by partial guarantees from the European Investment Bank. So they achieved very good interest rates. They've managed to invest. They're currently at 32% renewable and will be at 52% by 2030. So very ambitious programs linked directly to finance, supported by international finance to make private finance affordable, as some examples. And maybe I stop there. What were some of the other questions? I think I missed one. I can leave the others for other people.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I can quickly say something. I'm going to just say something quickly because I know I talk too much. So basically, the resilience and sustainability issue. There is no sustainability without resilience. Resilience is the ability of an ecosystem, of a system to regain its organizational structure and function after a shock. And given that our crises are coming into shocks, our job is to make our transition to sustainability into a pathway that at first is resilient to these shocks And at second, it has the explicit goals of sustainability. So the two tango together. And once again, because after the EU recovery and resilience mechanism, everybody reinvented the resilience. Resilience was in the economic models since the 70s. We are working with the resilience. Sustainability includes the resilience. There's no other way to think about that. And with regards to inflationary pressures, I was one of the weird people that 2 years ago started screaming that all this expansionary monetary policy, unprecedented and untried before, could be dangerous. And I was actually talking with senior officials from IFS who said, Phoebe, we have the tools now. We know now. We can control if it emerges. We tend to undermine possible shocks, and this should be a lesson if we try to retain these inflationary pressures, because we have to do that before start thinking about expansionary fiscal policies that we need, a new fiscal space that we need. I agree with you, this is the faster way to make transformative change, but we need to sort out the inflationary pressures. And as an economist, I can tell you that we don't really have explicit answers. We have tools that have functioned well in the past, but we never know with a reasonable degree of certainty that we can control inflation.
Thank you. Nicola, we keep leaving you for last, so why don't we give you the opportunity to speak here?
Thank you, and let me just fully endorse Phoebe's explanation of resilience versus sustainability, which is a bugbear of mine that they're treated separately, because they are, I see, two sides of the same coin. But to come back to say, well, what is this new approach, and does this that I mentioned, does this mean throwing out everything that we've done? Well, no, of course it doesn't. So I think, as I said, the key part of all of this is the moving faster and harder on both action on mitigation and action on adaptation. So that and all of the good things that we've talked about that are required to do that. But I do think that there's a difference that's needed. There are some ways of thinking that we need to evolve. So, and those work at different levels. So at a global level, so we've talked about, having a global architecture in place that is able to respond to crises with much stronger preparedness than they have in advance, and financing systems that enable these crises to be managed before they go into a full-blown crisis. So there are some global architecture points. I think there are some points in terms of national planning. So, for example, if you're a country developing a net zero strategy, that needs to account for the fact that you're going to get energy shocks along the line. That doesn't seem, it's surprising to me that doesn't happen now. So, simple things about recognizing that this transition, there will be bumps in the road, and thinking beforehand about how you manage those bumps in the road and putting in place the mechanisms to allow you to do that. And then at project level, or sort of financial instrument level, a great example of that is the new Belize debt for nature swap, which actually includes an insurance layer in it, so that if Belize is affected by a hurricane, it pays out and protects that debt repayment. So, there's many things that need to happen at different levels. They're not revolutionary, but they're just not happening at the scale that we need.
Thanks, Nicola. And buried in there was a very diplomatic statement to the ends of our current climate policies aren't actually resilient.
Thank you, Brian. I want to make 3 quick points. One is about the coalition where I started. For the reason that Jean-Paul was just explaining about the subsidies, that is the reason why we are the coalition of finance ministers and not the finance ministries. Actually, many have asked about that. But the point is that we need ministers who are politically responsible to give the signals. They understand the political relevance of subsidies, not the technical people in the finance ministries, but we need both. So I just wanted to make that point because that's really important. Then about the interest rates, I think I'm maybe more worried about, or I want to comment on the low interest rate era as a kind of a challenge is that people get used to the low income, the interest rate levels, and it's affecting people's behavior and companies' behavior. And now, how quickly the rates started to get up again. It was really quick development, and that causes a little bit of policy challenges of its own. And then finally, I would like to just come back to the final word on the approach that we need to understand. We need to be prepared, plan, and then act. And this is also the approach that we are going to have tomorrow when the finance ministers are going to talk about actually adaptation challenges. That's going to be the main topic of finance ministers' coalition's meeting tomorrow here in Sharm. So I will stop there. Thanks.
So I just want to touch on the question about fundable projects. To be a fundable project, it has to be practically implementable. You have to be able to give the funder confidence that you can actually do the project well, that's the technical stuff is there, the supply chains are there, etc. You also need to have good analysis of the economics of the project. Is this actually going to be a profitable project? Are the risks acceptable level? And I would put out a challenge here to the private sector to engage much more in the development of these projects in developing countries where that capacity just doesn't necessarily exist. So that would be one thing. But then you might go through that economic analysis and you find that actually in that particular location, it's still not fundable. We know that it's a critical project along the pathway to a just energy transition or a just climate transition, but it's not profitable. The private sector's not going to come to the table. And then we have to get the multilateral development banks. We need to get the governments in the north to actually agree to come in and provide concessional finance, help to de-risk those projects, help to actually push those over the line until they are actually profitable. And again, come in and actually help design the projects and provide that capability building. Thanks.
Can I have half a second? Just half a second.
Of course.
On the understanding and being prepared, like you said, it is crucial to identify the science-driven approaches, the need for a solid interface between science and policy. And nowadays, we have enough science and technology to activate the policies, and with the increasing number of open science and sensoring and geospatial data and infrastructures in situ that can give us real-time data, really science and data can inform policy making in unprecedented ways.
Well, according to my watch, it is exactly 12:30, so we've done very well here. Thank you to our fantastic panelists for making their way to this convention center to speak with us. Thank you to the in-room audience for coming outside of the venue to spend some time with us. And thank you, of course, to our virtual audience, too, for tuning in. I don't know about you, but I just learned a lot. I was looking forward to this panel for many weeks. Speaking with any of these individuals is always an opportunity for learning, and I'm going to be certainly reviewing some of those slides and maybe even coming back to the recording in the days to come. So thank you, everyone, for coming down, and thank you in particular to the funders and sponsors of this event, which is the UK Department for International Development, in particular through the Climate Compatible Growth Group and then the University of Oxford. Thanks very much.
Just wanted to say thank you to our chair, Brian, for this session. And we have a little bit of a break now, but please do come back at 4 where we talk about research, climate for policy and practice. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome everyone here in person and online. This session now is entitled Research Dialogues, Climate Research for Policy and Practice. This event is supported by Climate Compatible Growth, CCG for short. CCG is funded by the FCDO, the UK's Foreign Commonwealth Development Office.
If you would like to ask a question throughout the event, please use Slido. The link is www.slido.com and the link is 2715656, and that information should be clearly visible to you online, and there's also banners around the room. So now I'd like to introduce you the chair of today's session, Angela Chiri-Gauhauga. Angela is the Executive Vice President for the Impact of Environmental Defence Fund. Thank you.
It's on? Okay. Yeah. I think it's on. Okay. Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all of you who are joining us, both here in Sharm el-Sheikh as well as online. We are at a critical juncture in human history, in the sense that we are being faced with multiple crises, and the threat of climate change has never been more real. The science is clear that we are not on track, and we need to do so much more. Countries in the global south, of course, face both the challenges of climate change, in addition to all the other crises, as well as they try to meet their development aspirations. And therefore, we should be looking for solutions that basically are an all-of-government or an all-of-society, based on an all-of-government or all-of-society approach, which then requires us to integrate different streams of knowledge, develop partnerships, and strengthen collaboration so that we can come up with solutions that, one, address more than one problem, two, that are well-informed, policies that are well-informed, that will then drive practices and actions that are effective, impactful, and timely. So the aim of this particular side event on climate research and policy and practice is to share experiences between organizations about their practices, to share reflections on how this could actually be strengthened. We want to understand better how you can build and co-create knowledge, nurture trust, and good working arrangements, also with the end users of research. We will also discuss ways about how different states behave and operate differently in using the contributions made by the research community. So I have with me 4 panelists, 3 who are here in the room and 1 who is online. So I will introduce them briefly, and they will have a chance to tell you a little bit more about themselves, about their work, and kickstart a conversation where we can delve into how can we maximize the potential of using research to inform policy and practice? What do we need to do? And how do we get there now that time is really running out for us to be able to undertake meaningful actions to stop climate change? So we have Lucas Somavilla-Croxato, who's with the CCG Program Partnerships at University College London. We have Lakshmi Bamidipati, who's an advisor on energy and climate at the UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center. Lakshmi is online. Thank you, Lakshmi, for joining us. We have Rebecca Shirley. Oh, sorry, Rebecca's not here. We have Bernard Tembo from the Zambia Institute for Public Policy. And we have Beth Tennyson, who's also CCG National Partnerships. So I'm going to start with Bernard to give you have a couple of minutes to introduce yourself and help us frame this conversation from your perspective. What are the critical things we should be thinking about?
Thank you very much. Maybe before I give what I think are the critical things we should focus on, I just thought it might be a good idea to give people a quick context in which we are looking at climate action, or when we say climate change, what we really mean. So climate change in itself is broad, right? So when someone says impacts of climate change, what does it look like? If you're an energy person, You may think you're producing from coal, therefore you're impacting, you're emitting carbon, and therefore you need to mitigate the carbon. But if you're on the hydro side, you're thinking there is reduction in water, therefore I need to adapt to the reduction in water. So firstly, when we think of climate change, then we need to look at what are the basic parameters of climate change that we think of when we're advising people, when we're talking about climate, or when you're talking to politicians or policymakers or just the general public. So there's one which many people can identify with, which is temperature. Then the other one is rainfall. That's like the first level. Then how does change in water or rainfall and change in temperature impact something else? So in this case, how does it impact the biosphere or issues to do with the soil quality of a particular place or the water quality of a particular place? That's now you're thinking of level 2. Then at level 3, you're thinking when the soil quality reduces, what else reduces? So in this case, if you're from the agricultural sector, you're thinking of agricultural productivity has reduced, you're thinking of maybe water demand has increased, and issues to do with production of electricity from hydro also is affected, and the like. But what happens if productivity, labor productivity, for example, reduces, or agricultural productivity reduces? What happens? Then now you go to the 4th level, where you're thinking there is poverty, because if someone plants and you cannot harvest, it means that you've lost your money. The issues to do with disease breakouts, so all sorts of things now at 4th level. But depending on the policymaker that you are speaking to, you might speak to a policymaker who is really on the high, on the downstream or on the upstream, depending on the kind of politician. And therefore, the advice that you're going to give that politician will really matter where they sit in there. For example, the health minister would be more concerned with disease breakout at the bottom. But if you are the energy minister, you're more concerned about if your system, which is, for example, like Zambia, is based on hydro, then you're more concerned to say, how do we ensure that the utility that we have or the plants that we have are financially viable when there's a drought? So it just depends on which kind of policymaker you're talking to and you're advising. So I just thought it would be nice to give that context so that people understand when we say climate. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I think it's really important that we unpack and put a face to what it is we're talking about. And I think this is why it's important to be having the conversation with folks in the research area who are able to do that and able to target the advice of policymakers. Over to you, Beth.
Great. Thank you very much, and thanks for having me here. So I am Beth Tennyson. I'm part of the CCG program, but I'm based at the Center for Global Equality and also the University of Cambridge. And at the Center for Global Equality, we are part of the National Partnerships team. And so I thought, before I dive into that too deeply, to give an overview of what the Center for Global Equality does outside of CCG, and then how we take that practice and put it into CCG's context. So the Center for Global Equality's kind of tagline is about inclusive innovation. And so I'd like to give an example of that outside of CCG context and what that means. So with my University of Cambridge hat on, I have solar energy expertise. And so there was a problem that's been identified in Ethiopia with smallholder farmers. And they've seen that having solar-powered water pumps could be a solution to enhance their crops as they face some issues related to drought issues in their community. So with these smallholder farmers, they've identified a solution to have irrigation using solar-powered water pump, which could also help grow their economic standing. Now, the Center for Global Equality was partnered with this community and identified some expertise that could potentially then address this issue locally. And so with the solar energy expertise hat on, I've been supporting from one side on the solar cell material that could be used within this community and working on the parameters and the site visits there. And And there's also another whole team that's on power electronics using their expertise. But the most important part of this is that at the end, there's going to be we're looking at how to manufacture this locally and not just bringing the expertise over, but building partnerships and sharing that knowledge, and then really working with end users in order to deploy this type of technology in a regional level. So that's a story from outside of CCG, but what's relevant for the organization that I'm a part of. And then how do we apply that now with CCG, climate compatible growth? It's a different type of expertise, and it's a there's not just one demand coming in from a farmer in this case. There's many different demands. We have many different partner countries. So we take that inclusive innovation sort of nugget of idea, and we want to apply that to the different country contexts that we work in within the Climate Compatible Growth Program. So Kenya, Zambia, Laos, all of the different partner countries that we have. And then try and address that and use that inclusive innovation to then build up a network to kind of collect the demand that's coming in from the country and trying to match that expertise, but most importantly, sustain that expertise within our partner countries. I'll leave it there for now, but looking forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will come back to you to dig a little bit deeper into that example, which I think really does complement what Bernard raised about trying to unpack and put a face on what it is we're talking about. Over to you, Lucas.
Thank you very much for having me here today. My name is Lucas Somavilla. I work very closely with Professor Giacomo Lughetta on the Partnership Directorate side of the CCG program, where we sort of try to catalyze the demand for some of the things that we do at CCG, not just on the research side, but also try to really understand the needs of our developing country partners and strategize in ways in which we can build meaningful partnerships and deliver value for money for the Climate Compatible Growth Program. So I just want to start by thinking about the science. So I think it's really important for this conversation to think about the science policy interface. But let's start with the science for a moment. We have the IPCC reports who have been telling us about the risks and threats of climate change. But we're reaching a point where we've moved from higher levels of confidence that this is the case. So we're talking about a science that has been extremely robust and open and transparent and very thorough in the way that they've constructed the knowledge base to talk about climate change. Talking about 99% likelihood or virtually certain, you would say, that this is a global issue, right, that needs to be tackled urgently. But so how do we move from knowledge to action? And this is where I think I want to, from the angle where I would like to talk today, how do we translate the knowledge and the evidence that we've been producing over the years in a way that is relevant for policymakers, in a way that is translatable, in a way that is actionable? Because in a way, climate change is a collective collective action problem. But how do we move from the knowledge to how do we communicate this knowledge effectively and we move into action? We know the origins of climate change and as well as the historical responsibilities for emissions, but we need to find a way to build the right kind of partnerships and the right kind of strategies to deliver on the timely science that is telling us all the evidence, all the modeling, all the for both mitigation and adaptation. How do we basically move from knowledge to implementation?
Thank you. And all of you have raised some very important questions about, first of all, what do we mean by climate change? And Lucas, you've raised the question about how then do we then move from policy to action. I'm not going to ask Lakshmi to respond to this. I'll ask her first to give her opening remarks, and then I want us to come back and try to dig a little bit into the issues that you have all raised to hear the perspectives from across the panel. Over to you, Lakshmi.
Thank you.
maybe you want to increase the volume on this side?
Maybe we can ask Lakshmi to...
Is it better now?
Much better, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks for having me on this panel. My name is Lakshmi. I'm an advisor at UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center based in Denmark. And to briefly just mention that I've been working mostly in the area of energy transitions, solar PV across South Asia, but also in East Africa. I've also focused a lot on the political economy aspect of the transition and also how transnational actors and agency interacts with local agency at country levels, and also worked on supporting local SMEs in this energy productive use nexus. And just to very briefly mention broadly, our organization sits within UNEP and does science policy advisory work in the areas of energy, climate, and sustainable development. Mitigation, adaptation, transparency. We do have certain mandates as an executive agency as well for programs under UNEP and UNFCCC, the Climate Convention, which COP is part of as well. And we produce the annual emission gap reports and adaptation gap reports, and are supported also by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Denmark. And before we dive into the topic deeply, I also wanted to just as a point of departure as well, over and above what the other presenters have mentioned, speakers. I think just to put that point across, it's also important to still keep climate as part of a broader framing within environment, within sustainable development, especially in the African context that today we're going to be talking about. So I think that's just to kind of put that point across, that development is what the focus is. Development interventions are important, and how climate can actually, and climate research supports and is framed within the aspect of the development interventions, especially when we're talking about countries and contexts which are still working towards ensuring basic access to services, basic access to electricity, water, health and sanitation services, agriculture, food production, transport systems, you name it. So just to put that out there to get ourselves started as well, and then we'll take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we continue, I want to say to the people online, please feel free to raise questions in the chat as had been indicated earlier, so that you can all be part of the conversation as well. So Bernard raised the question of we need to understand what climate change is so that we can target what we're saying to policymakers. Lakshmi says, well, if we're going to do it in the African context, let us put it in the context of development, in the broader development context. And and then you've also raised the point of how then do we then move, from the policy or from the knowledge to the action and so on. When it comes to the Africa context, what do our policymakers want? Because we're saying that the science, we have high confidence in the findings. They're not exactly very rosy. But what is it that policymakers would want from researchers for climate action? And how do we get that to them in a way that will inspire them to want to engage? Because we know the challenges of development and climate change are huge. So, who wants to go first?
Yeah, so as a way of maybe responding to that, there are two things that, I know there are many things, but I'll speak of two things that a policymaker wants, and particularly a policymaker who is inclined with the political system, maybe a politician who is a minister or a president. One, they need something that is timely. It is very important to give policy that is timely. But of course, that in itself brings in its own problems. How do you, for such a complex issue, how do you give a timely advice? Therefore, what do you need to set up for you to be able to give timely advice? But that's a discussion, or we might build on that idea later, right? But they want something that is timely because they don't want to wait for long to be able to get the answer for a pressing issue that is happening right now. Then the other thing is they want something that takes into consideration the political, social, the political economy context. most of the advice that the policymakers have lack that context. And it proves very difficult for them to trust that advice. You find maybe a professor from some university, some top university in the world, goes, talks to this politician, say, you have to do this. And the politician is wondering, does this professor or does this researcher actually understand what I'm going through?
But on that point, is that because we're talking about advice that is not homegrown, or what are the problems that are leading to that kind of resistance?
So two things. There's one, because advice is not homegrown. There's really, my experience with working with politicians is that they want someone they can trust, right? If something happens, this is someone I can trust that they did the work, or that I'm going to find them, right? Or they have skin in the game. But most of the advice that comes from outside, people who are advising don't have skin in the game, and it makes it very difficult for a politician to take that advice. They may pretend like they've taken it, but they may not really take it in principle, right? But the other one is, even if a solution is homegrown, if it doesn't take into consideration the political economy, it's not of use to a politician, a policymaker who has a political view to the system, because they know that at the end of the day, if that policy fails, the blame will be on them. So they have to ensure that, or as a policy analyst, you have to ensure that when you're advising policymakers, you need to take into consideration the country's context. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Pass on to the next.
Okay, I'll just reflect very briefly on that, because yeah, I think about that too, a lot, and I was wondering of which context. I know we're talking about developing world, but I think it also applies, what do they want in the North? It sometimes feels like, okay, they have all the evidence and still there's lack of action. And so what does that mean, and what are some differences between the North and the South that can change that context a bit more? And I think the big one is data. One of the biggest differences is that there is a lack of access to data, or maybe data regulations and things like that. So having multiple stakeholders getting access to data, which I think is something that's changing, and be able to have dialogues and debate about the data, this kind of openness, and saying, well, we found evidence of this, but then have another party to refute that and say, okay, well, we have other data that has evidence. And so you start having this further dialogue across for policymakers to then see, okay, there's some arguments here. I can take multiple of these arguments and reflect upon this, and rather than just having a single stakeholder. And that helps boost transparency, which I guess is the other part, is just making sure that the advice is given is transparent and backed up with data. Thanks.
Okay, maybe we take Lakshmi and then we can come to you, Lucas.
Sure. I agree with what also Beth mentioned, and it's also we tend to pool a lot under policy. There are many different sets of needs, from very precise data, whether it's precise business case for certain technological choices that they're making, whether it's specific kind of regulatory interventions that could trigger a certain market, whether it's capacities of certain kinds at the governance level, whether it's certain kind of financing options that are available for X interventions. So I think the needs are very varied depending on the context and depending on who the taker is. But the two sets of problems with current practices, also building on what Bernard and others mentioned, is that one, that it's the research that's happening may not always be very well aligned with the needs and priorities of the countries. And second, that research is sometimes operating independently of the policy purview or in parallel with limited direct interaction. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you so much. Lucas?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to build this great panel, and you're having really interesting insights. Yes, I mean, when it comes to context really matters, right? So there is no one size fits all, especially, I mean, even when you have the evidence, how do you deconstruct that evidence and trickle down to the local context? And of course, in the context of policy making and decision making, sometimes decisions need to be made urgently, and there might not be available data or available evidence to back up those decisions, but decisions still need to be made. And this puts a lot of constraints in terms of how do you, as a researcher, as a policy practitioner, understand the tension between the knowledge and the action in terms of the need for the timely evidence that needs to be provided at the right time for those decisions to be made in a way that is timely, in a way that is digestible, in a way that is transparent, but also there is the other component where let's not forget about politics here. Politics is extremely important, and we see with the climate negotiations and even today at the global stocktake, we're lacking on finance, and this is, the tyranny of finance is what what decision makers always think about in the end, because even if you have the solutions, even if you have the data, implementing those solutions, whether those are technology solutions, whether there's natural-based solutions, you still need to count and have the money. And mobilizing that money is what ultimately is going to influence that decision-making process.
Thank you. Two things that I picked from some of the remarks here. One, politicians want timely information, and we know politicians also operate on a shorter, should I say, time horizon than the kind of solutions we're seeking in the context of climate change. How do you reconcile those? Because also research is not something you do overnight. So how do you reconcile the temporal aspect of trying to bridge the gap between getting the research to inform policy? I don't know who wants to take that first. Lakshmi, should I start with you?
It's a good question. I guess partly it's to do with foresight. I think we try to we do a lot of modeling, we try to attempt to stay ahead of the time by building these longitudinal time horizon based studies to already anticipate what's coming so that we have enough. But we also know that climate, we've been also not paying attention to a lot of the signals for a long time now, and the timeline is also shrinking. However, I still feel that, there is also risk in rushing decisions and implementations in the name of urgency as well. So I think there's always going to be that dichotomy that we want quick implementation, but at the same time we want them to be thought through. We want them to be better informed. We want equity and distributional justice to be taken care of as well. And we want, and engaging with local context doesn't necessarily mean speaking to a couple of stakeholders. It does actually mean engaging with the socio-political histories of that place, of the land use, of the resource use. So I don't really have a clear answer as to how do we shrink all of that and provide these, which is now a trend. We are providing more and more bite-sized so-called policy briefs. But we are also running into the risk of over-synthesizing and perhaps reducing and simplifying narratives at times. Thanks.
Okay. Any other views?
And then that creates a very interesting situation for Africa, right? I guess when you look at developing countries, most of them don't have research institutes that have got money to spend on developing models and anticipating certain decisions that are to come. Though they are well placed to interact with the local systems. Like I used to work for an institution called ZIPA in Zambia, Zambia Institute for Policy Analysis and Research. The more you interact with the people in the government systems or in the policy process, you can kind of pick up what might come. At least you will have a fairly good idea of what might come, right? But the problem is you need, each activity that you're going to do, you need a budget line for it. And most institutions or research institutions in Africa don't have that much money to be able to spend on those anticipated future requests from the government or from the politician. Therefore, it makes it very difficult to kind of provide the timely advice. And if there's one thing that I would recommend that we think of doing, would be how can we raise money for researchers in developing countries to be able to spend their precious time on some of those activities that they sense or they feel or they can predict that might come. In the current standing, at least from a Zambian context, and I know it's obtaining in many countries, we don't have that much money to just keep working on this project or this problem without actually an end, what one would call demand-driven, right? But the time is, if demand is there, then you're already late, because the problem is very complicated and you need a lot of time for you to be able to provide good evidence or good advice. So the issue of needing to raise money for developing countries, researchers or developing country advisors or research institutions to be able to spend a bit more time on future issues that they think that might arise would be of value compared to what is currently obtaining.
So in the last 2 decades, maybe even 3 decades, without revealing my age, since some of us were in university, we've seen how the research capacity on the continent has grown. But despite that, we're still seeing policies that tend to be short-sighted and not as effective. What is really the reason why we are not being able to harness that capacity? Is it misplaced? Are we working on issues that are not, as you were saying, aligned with what could inform our potential? Or is it the funding issue? What is that critical thing that is stopping us from unlocking the full potential of the research capacity that has been growing, even though slowly, but has been growing on the continent? And the second question is then, what do we need to do to then start defining that research policy practice interface? So maybe I will start with Lucas, and then we go to Beth, and then come round again.
Thank you very much. That's a really good question. I think one of the issues when you think about this short-sight kind of policy is the fact that knowledge sometimes doesn't get institutionalized in the way that it should. So there is no process. There's no process in place, no mechanism, no governance framework for dealing with the evidence in a way that is constructive for, and through a dedicated institutionalized process that helps inform those policies in the first place. So, in a way, we're confronted in many cases with the lack of particular expert bodies that are dedicated, where you have expertise, in-country expertise that understand the needs of the country, the context, but is able to, experts that are able to digest the evidence that is coming out there globally, and put it, translate it to the national context, and be able to do so in a way in which is legitimate, in a way that is credible, and that is salient for those people making decisions. So I think maybe one of the areas that is worth thinking about is this conversation around capacity building. There is a lot of going on for a long time, and this is old school development programs and projects always talk about the need for capacity building. But the question is, how do you retain that capacity in country? How do you build the ownership in country so that those experts that get trained are actually better equipped, but also with a specific mandate and mission to transfer that knowledge in the country, so that when those projects and programs end, they don't go elsewhere, but they stayed and help build that knowledge base that the African countries need, for example.
Yeah, so I agree completely, and I want to build upon some of those ideas you were coming out with, Lucas. So I think there's not just one reason why it hasn't grown as necessarily as fast, the capacity, as one would want. I mean, there's lack of finance for research, which, you know, what that points to from my point of view is the infrastructure for financing is either diverted elsewhere, research is maybe seen as some sort of luxury, or there's a lack of ownership and lack of really truly seeing the value that research could bring to the country as a whole. So I think one of the things, and I'll use CCG as an example, is trying to address this within the national partnerships team within CCG. What we're trying to do is build this network of people who have capacity already, but also see a lot of value in continuing to build and embed that and institutionalize, like Lucas said, that knowledge, and keep going, seeing these champions within the country that want to build something and see that sustained and throughout, but also what that needs critically, not only these champions for research, but you need the government to really see the value in having that and that ownership, and being able, almost seeing some sense of pride in having that expertise and people that they can call upon for research to say, look, this is homegrown, this is definitely demand led. And I think trying to build that, what we call community of practice, because once you start seeing the value that certain projects can bring, particularly when they're from the country and developed within that country, and seeing the community that those bring, and then extending that practice outward, making sure you see that those work later on, and that expertise being leveraged for other decision making. And I think that even slightly comes back to the timing, you know, that dialogue is constant. So when you start having that dialogue, you can kind of tell where the next step will be, and then, you know, it would expand upon. So yeah, those are just a few thoughts. Thanks.
I want to talk about trust.
I was going to come to that next, but go ahead.
I want to talk about trust. You know, when a foreign consultant, for example, goes to a country, they generally have money. Right? And much of the times, the money that they spend outside the country for the work, the money that they spend in a particular country, say country X, for the work that they're doing in that country, is way less than the money they spend in country Y, which is their home country. And if you're a politician, or if you're a policymaker, or at least I worked with them, there's always that thing that remains in their head to say, is this person doing this because they are really convicted in what they're doing? Or they are doing it because they have the money, or there is money on the table, and they're doing it. And then if you're a politician, you ask yourself, if I'm to do this, if I'm to implement the recommendation that this person has put forward, what confidence do I have that it's going to work? And on any day, a politician will go with their guts, right? Because they know that at the end of the day, the blame will be on them and not necessarily on the consultant that has come in. So if we can create institutions within the country and finance the institutions from within the country, of course, there are collaborations that needs to be developed because of issues to do with skills and skills gaps and just knowledge sharing and knowledge transfer. But if we are able to develop institutions, strong institutions within the country, where if a politician makes a decision based on my recommendation, say I'm in the energy sector, and the politician gets it wrong, the politician and myself will actually suffer together. Whereas if a politician makes a decision based on person who is living in country Y and the politician is in X, something blows up in country X, the person who is living in country Y is free.
I definitely agree with you. I mean, trust is big, and I wanted to talk a little bit about trust in the context of partnership, but you have raised the question here that I want to put on the table, because quite often we hear about the politician making the decision. And I want to talk about the governance of the policy decisions, because this is where I think we need to start thinking less of individuals deciding on behalf of masses, but building capacities around those institutions within which these individuals reside, so they can, do their duties. So my thing here, and the reason I want to raise this, and maybe I'll turn to Lakshmi for this question, is do we have some good examples from the Global South where we have good governance of policy process that integrate research, whether they're doing their own or whether they're drawing it from academia? And if they're there, what can we do to be able to elevate those, to be able to start pushing a process of inclusive, representative, democratic decision-making that is well-informed and that is not sensationalist and does not sell, the image of we're all going to hell, but rather sells the image that, not even the image, sells the reality that we have opportunities at hand. So do we have those examples? And if we do, why are we not leveraging them? So let me start with you, Lakshmi.
Sure. I think we do. We do have examples, maybe not always known, not always clear how they have come about, but just to give one small example from, say, Uganda, and which the Ugandan Electricity Authority, the head of it, who drove the entire, what we call as the policy transfer process around auctions, around what was later called as Get Fit program, to support renewable energy projects in Uganda. And it happened through a very interesting process. I mean, the way we, in a more classic sense, understand policy transfer, the way Germany developed the policies and then it's transferred in the Ugandan context. But in this case, the head of ERA actually took a very strong ownership role, did engage with the examples and how the FIT as well as auction policies were being implemented across different contexts, but also held the ground, held that local agency while engaging with international researchers, with international experts throughout the entire process of implementation. And also, the best part which they did was institutionalizing, which is what we're all talking about. There was an immense, rigorous training that the mid-level managers within the Electricity Regulatory Authority went through during that process. That still remains. Now the heads have changed. Multiple heads have changed. But those middle managers still exist within the institution. We've worked with some of them, both in Kenya as well as in Uganda. We're still in touch with some of them who sometimes want to do a PhD or sometimes have their own research aspirations. And we also see in the Uganda context, for instance, they've just also come up with a cooking tariff around in order to tackle the charcoal issue. That's coming from this institution. A lot of that research, a lot of a very deep insight into what kind of tariffs and incentives would work. That's not coming entirely from outside. And sometimes you would say, okay, what's the linkage here with, say, a program like MEX? Do they know about it? What were the linkages? So I do feel that there are good examples. And the fact that, and just to drill that point again, that it is important to invest in the science policy research capacity at the country level. It is absolutely, absolutely important to create budget, public expenditure for that, to recognize science policy research as an important lever of development, to strengthen academic institutions, to strengthen R&D capacities. And I think it's also an onus on government authorities at times to both value but create space for research as well. And I think those linkages are weak in some contexts still. But we do see, I mean, we have seen good outcomes of the climate innovation centers, for instance, in 6-7 different countries. We also see how Strathmore Energy Research Center is working. We've seen how well-connected Carnegie Mellon Rwanda has been in producing this new batch of, very dynamic youth that are going ahead with new startups. We've seen proactive education support in Sierra Leone by the Minister David Senge. So, and also in Zambia, the National Institute of Scientific and Industrial Research. I mean, and they're all doing good work, but as we said, I mean, we really need to strengthen these institutions further. We need to provide them with a lot more finance and expenditure and bring them closer to policy implementation and government.
Thanks. I want to come back to a point. I think that's an extremely important point, that we have good examples. We need to elevate them. We need to learn from them to inform how we strengthen our institutions. And of course, making sure that we are strengthening institutions that could be sustained over the longer term. I want to come to a point that Bernard raised at the beginning, which was about unpacking the climate issue and understanding it from the different level of interventions that you would be expecting. Now, if climate change is a systemic challenge, how can we target sector policymakers when the challenge is much broader and interconnected? So how do we navigate that matrix that we have to within the government institutional system with all the different stakeholders? You have 30 seconds to solve all our problems in that way.
Sure, I'll give that a shot. So I think that would require not only interdisciplinary research and seeing the value of that, but also would require interministerial working together. So, for example, say you have a network that has different areas of expertise, such as the CCG program, or something like this. It's trying to foster not only certain parts of energy and transport, but how that relates to policy as well. So let's say that then transport relates to emissions, which also needs to be calculated by the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, and you're working with Ministry of Transport, and you're working with Ministry of Energy, because if you want EVs to come online, you need energy. So even within one kind of simplistic special interest group, for example, you would need to have this cross-ministerial dialogue, cross-research dialogue, and then start normalizing that practice and seeing the value of, shared content across these different ministries and, stakeholders in general within academia and different diverse academia perspectives. Thanks.
Okay.
Lucas, can I elaborate on that? Thank you, Beth. I think that's a really good point, actually. We're talking about the science policy interface and the process of communicating and engaging with the decision makers, and these things takes time, and also the fact that policy in many contexts happens in silos. So when you talk about energy policy, we talk about digitalization, these things don't necessarily connected, right? I mean, they are connected, but they're connected in the science. Increasingly, there is evidence that intersectoral, sector interactions are a really important topic. But then, how do we build and communicate that to those decision makers that are in fact operating in silos? It's a very kind of first step, I would say. And then through that process, through that institutionalization process of the knowledge, you have to. It takes time, and you have to bring those different stakeholders on the table over and over again in order to feed these different perspectives into the discussion, so that a minister or a government official who is working on energy understands the interlinkages between energy and digitalization, for instance. Even further, across the nexus, the energy, water, and food nexus, is increasingly important issue. And the fact is that we don't have, in many cases, the mechanisms to do so. So that's something perhaps to think about in terms of generating partnerships that are dedicated to bridge the gap between these different sectors, not just in the research space, but also in communicating the evidence to the decision makers.
Okay, and Lakshmi?
Yeah, just to supplement, I think in the research space, we are a bit ahead on that. We are already talking about cross-sectoral synergies and trade-offs, but unfortunately, at least from our experience of working with a number of countries in the governance space, it's still extremely political, it's still very siloed, and we, through many programs within our own center, whether it's the technology needs assessment or even the ICAT transparency work, we work across many different line ministries, and even if we have similar programs, sometimes we are working with two different line ministries because there is territoriality, because there is politics, because there are mandates that they have to follow within their own countries and their own reporting requirements as well. That is a big challenge. We haven't been able to still now, even working very closely with some of the ministries, with NDEs, with country coordinators, have not really been able to go around.
Thank you. I have a number of questions that have come from the online audience that speak to how we basically reconcile the introduction of new technologies such as carbon capture with the business as usual practices, and how do we then bring in cutting edge research to start changing policies, especially when these are things that are not exactly part of the mainstream. What are your thoughts in terms of trying to bring more innovation, innovative thinking, whether it is regards to using carbon captured based batteries, I think that's what it's called, carbon dioxide efficient batteries, or whether we are trying to change, should I say, land use practices to bring in more climate smart ag, while at the same time we have certain trade deals that, have occupied our land to feed other populations. So how do we change established practices to be able to introduce innovative, cutting edge practices and technologies?
Take it.
Absolutely.
Well, I think I don't know how we can do that, but at least I know what needs to happen for it to work. For that to work, I think the incentives have to be properly allocated. Most times, technologies that are presented seem to be extractive in nature, and people are always skeptical. So if at all innovative solutions have to be adopted or diffused to be normal practice, the incentives have to be such that the country which will host those technologies will benefit. And much of the time, like we were talking just the previous question on interdisciplinary nature of research, the people who advise policymakers are people just like me and you. And most of the time, a policymaker will listen to a person they see, whether it's in the system, a well-structured governance system, or it's an individual level. The issue of who am I seeing, who is telling me this, matters. If a product is very innovative and no one understands it in the country, there is no system that is going to adopt that. And in part, it's because you're always skeptical about the incentives. And I'm speaking as an African, where we've seen people promise X and never deliver on it. That just makes it very difficult. If someone tells you, oh, this technology can solve all your problems, and there is no researcher within the country, or there is no research institute within the country who can actually back up that. If I'm the policy maker or I'm the policy advisor making the call, I'm asked, I'll say, well, this is very risky, right?
So is there an issue that we need to democratize evidence to practice process, which basically comes into conflict with the top-down nature of governance?
Yes, but actually I'm talking about not necessarily the governance, but the people who are feeding into the governance structure, right? Mm-hmm. who drives them? Now, this is a skepticism of an African, right? And I've worked both in Europe and I've worked in developing countries, that's in sub-Saharan Africa. There is that issue where, yes, we can say the politicians are not doing their part or the government is not doing their part. But then the alternative question is that who is advising the government to do the part that you're saying they're not doing?
Okay, I'm going to ask one last question because I know we're about to run out of time, and then I'm going to ask you guys to give us the golden, the solution to the situation. We've talked a lot about the politicians, the policymakers, the researchers. When it comes to the practice, when we're translating the policies into the real actions, society comes into play. And we haven't talked about how we get research findings to inform societal choices, which I assume is the basis on which also politicians react, because they need their votes anyway. So I would like your reflections on that part of this nexus, the practice element, especially as it relates to the broader society. So I will start with Lakshmi and we'll come round through Lucas, Beth, and then Bernard.
I think just to link your previous question as well as this question, right? We were talking about technological solutions to, again, help society. And just bringing that point again of the whole systems approach and looking at it in holistic ways. So we can talk about, in the innovation aspect, we see more focus on, growing focus on e-mobility and electric vehicles as an alternative in the African context, for instance. But which is a better alternative for sure, but would they work if the approach to urban planning remains still the same? If the transport systems are still conventionally designed? If the road infrastructure still remains the way we are witnessing right now? If the governance around it remains the same? No, it won't. It won't help with access to mobility. It won't help with the number of road accidents that we witness. It won't help with congestion. It won't help with women's mobility and safety. And it does boil down to these intersections and these, link to practice when we say that ultimately a lot of the work that's going on is to be able to solve some of these problems or to be able to address them and link with practical solutions, which are not just about piecemeal technological solutions, but about engaging with the context, thinking about the end user as well, even when we talk about our research. Who is this for? Who wants this? What change is it supposed to bring? And are the actions and outputs designed in accordance to that? Because the weak link still, which we are all pointing to constantly, is this translation from outputs to outcomes, right? What is the takeoff of it? So I do want to just leave with those points that we really do want. I think all of us, everybody needs to invest more time into scoping, scanning, identifying needs, engaging early on from project design stage, and not just with the ministries, but across different levels of the government as well as think tanks and academia. And cannot avoid the inherent power dynamics, which is what Bernard also brings, this whole point of trust, which is extremely essential in the whole process. Maybe I'm just trying to ram in too many points at the very end, so I'll just pass it on to other speakers. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to give 20 seconds to each one of you.
Thank you. I think we've also, we don't have to forget the role of the private sector, because when it comes to technological innovation and R&D, now we're talking about governance, right? Governance in the wider sense also involves all the stakeholders. And when we think about the development and deploying and diffusion of technologies both for mitigation and adaptation, as you mentioned, carbon capture, storage, we also need to think about it from a responsible perspective, right? How do we address the kind of societal challenges, environmental challenges in a way that is participatory, yes, but also with the right kind of frameworks to assess risks and uncertainties surrounding those technological development, especially when they are driven by economic interest from the private sector that might not be in the best legitimate interest of those nations.
Okay, so I think it comes down to a few things because your two questions at the end here are quite related. So if we're trying to bring in new technologies, we have what that necessarily says is who asked for that? Did the country ask for that, or what stakeholders are involved here? And so you can't necessarily even translate that into the context of the end user because maybe the country didn't even ask for that in the first place. So to say that the science, unless the science is calling for that from the country. And so if that's the case, say that the technology and the innovation is coming from the researchers within the country context, or there's a demand for that, then it's about how to quantify and also look at the winners and losers of that technology from the country's perspective, because ultimately those are the end users who will be the voters of the politicians who will then say, so if you put your research in the context of the people, along with the different technologies and how it will improve lives or improve climate, I think that'll be the key. That's it.
And Bernard, do you have the last word?
Yeah, mine is inclusive. On top of everything that has been said, how do you include people in the process of making the decision? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this has been really insightful, and Africa has a lot of opportunity. I remember when I started working on climate change, we all were talking about this like it was going to be the end of the world. But as we look at what research is telling us about the solutions that we need to be developing, and solutions that can also help advance development, a lot of these are in the African context. But of course, we should not lose sight of the fact that we are dealing with a crisis. My take on life is always that you need to get the information and the knowledge to get people sufficiently concerned about the problem, but yet be inspired to act, and not get them so terrified that they get paralyzed. So there is a clear role for objective, sound research to inform decisions that our politicians can take, our policymakers can take, that our society can take, that will change those practices and not only put Africa on a climate resilient path, but also on a path to prosperity. So thank you very much. We're counting on all of you to work with your peers through all forms of partnerships to ensure the inclusive work, to ensure ownership and relevance, to ensure that there is trust, and then, of course, as a global community, working together to make sure that the resources are available to make all of this happen. So thank you very much for today.
Thank you very much to our panelists and Angela for chairing the session. Hope you all enjoyed. Thank you for listening in at home. Please join into our next session at 5:30, where we talk about achieving a climate action through integrated policies for co-benefit. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to this session. Our next session is called Achieving Climate Action Through Integrated Policies for Co-Benefits. This session, along with all the others, is supported by Climate Compatible Growth, CCG for short, and CCG is funded by the FCDO, the UK's Foreign Commonwealth Development Office.
If you wish to ask a question at all throughout the event, please use Slido. The link is www.slido.com and the code is 2715656. The information is online for you and also in the room for those in here. So now I would like to introduce you to our chair of today's session, Meron Tess Michael. She is a Doctor Senior Research Fellow at UCL in London. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and it's good to have you all in this room and also online. Today we're going to be talking about achieving climate action through integrated policies for co-benefits. So basically, we all know that economic and social development is a priority and primary challenge for low and middle-income countries. At the same time, there is also, therefore, any climate change actions and commitments need to consider development priorities and identify a practical approach to the climate development nexus. So some of the critical questions that are being asked around these issues is, like, for example, what are the issues to consider when strategizing around the integration of climate agendas and development priorities? Also, more importantly, how can we ensure economic developments without leaving climate imperatives, but at the same time also, how can we make sure that our economic initiatives do not leave some communities worse off? And this includes governance issues, institutional arrangements, as well as removing hindrances, whether investment, finance, and other areas. So in these sessions, we're going to try to aim to pack some of those issues and draw from our panelists' research and work experience. One of the panelists who was going to join us was Mr. John Bananda. John Bananda is an environment and social inclusion specialist at the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment in Zambia. But unfortunately, due to unforeseen events, he was not able to join us. But here my colleague Mulima has been kind enough to step in his place and give us his presentation, also contribute her own input, which she has a lot to say. Mulima Nyamba Mubanga is a research fellow at the Zambian Institute for Policy Analysis and Research, or ZIPAR, in Zambia. She works on policy aspects relating to climate change, sustainable development, and environmental sustainability. Mulima is also a co-investigator on a UKRI Global Challenge Research Fund project in collaboration with UCL on energy democracy and the politics of energy transition in Africa. And she is also a lead researcher on COVID-19, greening the social and economic recovery in Ghana and Zambia, which I had a great pleasure to work with. She is also currently a chairperson of the technical working group formulating the Zambia National Green Growth Strategy. We also have Dr. Navros Dabash, who is a professor at the Center for Policy Research in the New Delhi-based think tank and an adjunct senior research fellow at the Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy. He has been recently engaged in global and national debates on climate change, air quality, energy, and water as a researcher, policy advisor, as well as an activist for over 25 years. Navros has been a coordinating lead author for the chapter on policies and institutions for the sixth assessment report of the ICC and has worked to inform and advise Indian government policymaking on climate change, energy, and water policy on the last decade. In the early 1990s, he has helped to establish the Global Climate Action Network as its first international coordinator. Third, we have Dr. Philip Trotter, who I'm sure a lot of people in this room and also online might know as a member of the CCG program, as well as a professor of sustainability management at the University of Wurtemberg. I meant to ask you this and then I forgot. Excellent. And also He's an honorary research associate at Oxford University. Philip has a PhD in mechanical engineering from the University of Oxford and an MSc in politics from London School of Economics in the UK. Kind of things that good to combine in this world. His research is an interdisciplinary and addresses the nexuses of energy, sustainable development, and private sector in Africa. He has published in world-leading academic journals, and which has led to collaboration with international organizations, including World Bank, African Development Bank, UNDP, and several African and European governments. So, with that, I will pass this to Philip to start us on this Navros to start us on this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Marilyn. It's good to keep us all on our toes. A little unpredictability there in the order. Thanks very much. This is a topic that I'm really invested in, this question of integrated approaches for co-benefits. And I warned Philip that I might be a little abstract, which I suppose is okay as the opening panelist, but I know we'll get into a lot more detail as we go along. So the starting point for me in thinking about this question, integrated policies for co-benefits in developing economies, is the observation that these are rapidly changing economies. These are economies that are in flux socially, politically, economically, which has some positive effects in the sense that we haven't made a lot of choices. We haven't locked into certain growth paths. There's some room to experiment with this. But the challenge, of course, is that the task here becomes very hard, which is that you have to decarbonize while increasing energy use. And let's be very clear, we do have to increase energy use in all these countries. You can't put increasing energy use on hold until we solve this decarbonization problem. So you need to increase energy use, you need to decarbonize, and we have to do that while creating jobs, while taking care of other problems like air pollution, for example, in India, and I'll use a lot of Indian examples, while avoiding increased vulnerability to climate impacts. And so the multiple objectives that one has to hit simultaneously is the nature of the challenge that we have here, right? Which is, and I will add that a lot of the knowledge or the purported knowledge that gets brought to this question from outside these countries ends up being knowledge that is developed in very different contexts, where basic energy needs are met, where you have infrastructure more or less built, and so on and so forth, right? So there is a sort of a knowledge story here. So the analytical task is much harder, and the implementation task is harder, because often you have institutions that are overstretched, you have political and economy linkages that are really kind of contorted and twisted. So I'll give you one example. You know, we're talking about, after the Glasgow COP, there was lots of talk about coal phase down versus phase out and India's role and so on and so forth. Well, the kinds of things India would have to deal with if we tried to phase out coal or phase down coal is that coal and coal freight cross-subsidizes passenger rail in India, which is politically a really important issue because you have this huge migrant population. So if you just pluck coal out of the freight story, passenger rail will go up, which is a huge political cost for any government. It's not something that one thinks about right away when you think about coal, but it's all this kind of enmeshing that's really hard. So the opportunity side of the story, which I think does exist, is to say we're rapidly changing. We have the chance to ask, what kind of societies do we want to build? What kind of cities do we want to build? What kind of agricultural systems? How do we want to create jobs? How do we want to use the sort of potential of renewable energy maybe to also democratize energy? These are all openings that we have, but they're not just openings. They're also challenges. So how do we go about addressing this challenge? And I just want to sort of pause by saying that the first entry point to this is to avoid the trap of thinking that developing countries as a whole have a common entry point. That this language, it's a word, it's a phrase that we should ban from our vocabulary, which is best practice. You know, I just don't think such a thing is really useful. Instead, and I'm looking at Jakob here, the paper that he and Yuba and many others did recently, which looked at the context-dependent nature of the energy transition across African countries, I think was a really, really great paper. And the challenge is, how do we take context really seriously in this? So analytically then, what is the task? The task is to figure out, how do we address multiple and linked objectives? So decarbonization, sure, that's part of the story, but growing energy needs, growing resilience, distributional concerns, air quality, as I said, in some countries, et cetera, et cetera. How do we understand whether particular changes or particular policy levers, how do they affect these multiple objectives? It's an analytical question. In some cases, there are synergies. In some cases, there are trade-offs, right? And this is the co-benefit story. The co-benefit story leads us to ask this question analytically. When are there synergies? When are there trade-offs? How do we maximize synergies? How do we minimize trade-offs? And we shouldn't think that there are all synergies or all trade-offs, right? It depends. Again, and it may vary by context. And then from that co-benefit story, I would say, taking a page from the recent IPCC report, is to say that it's not just a static question. You have a choice about how you develop over time. And this language of development pathways that the IPCC puts forward is, to use a sort of loose language, is kind of co-benefits on rails, if you like, right? It's like co-benefits over time. You actually get a choice about how do you develop in ways that maximize those co-benefits, but it's not a static question, it's a dynamic question. So that then, I don't want to go on too long, so I got another 2 or 3 minutes, is that okay? So this idea of development pathways then, how do we take that forward? And there are 3 sort of analytical questions, or 3 themes that I want to sort of explore very quickly. The first, again starting with the context-dependent point, is it's not just a physical context, it's also a political context. If you're going to do a low-carbon development strategy, it has to be something, and we all aspire to rich democracies. Some of us do better or worse at different times. Certainly that's true in my country of recent times. But the question is, how do we tell a narrative about a development future that also wins political support? Because if it doesn't win political support, and let me give you another phrase that I think we should ban, which is political will, right? What does that mean to have more political? Do you say that, a strong politician is one who will do whatever it takes to get himself or herself tossed out of office? I mean, that's not the nature of politics, right? So it's not about political will, it's about creative politics, right? Finding a way to actually meet voters' expressed needs in ways that are also sustainable in financial terms and other terms and so on. So what is the narrative that holds in a country? It might be a jobs-led co-benefits narrative. And I always think of South Africa, which was the darling of the kind of climate community back in the 2000s, because it had this peak, plateau, and decline trajectory, which was a mitigation-oriented trajectory. And along comes, Zuma and others and says, and part of it was obviously problematic politics in South Africa, but part of it was right. Where's the job story in that? It's a mitigation narrative. Peak, plateau, and decline. It's all about mitigation. And now I think South Africa is kind of rebuilding its politics around a just transition story, which I think has much more resonance. So the political narrative matters. The second is, you may have a narrative, you may have politics, you may even have policy ideas. And you may even have targets, because all of our countries now have targets because of NDCs. But what you need to knit all these together are also institutions. Are we building the institutions? Are we retooling government, both around mitigation and around adaptation, to address the challenges of climate change? And there's 3 things at minimum that institutions need to do. One is coordination, because one thing that's clear is that climate change is not something that's amenable to silos, right? Urbanization meets energy, means building design, meets energy policy. These are all things that have to be interlinked. Same on the resilience side, whether it's agriculture, water, the economic policies that support agriculture, and so on. So it's integration. The second is kind of a strategy setting approach. If climate change is something where we're on a clock, and we are, then how do those targets get set? How does that then loop back into policy? How does the monitoring happen? And here, a model that gets thrown out a lot is from the UK Climate Change Committee. In my own view, I think that's a really interesting model, because the CCC doesn't have authority to set, it doesn't have authority to enforce, but its authority lies from its analysis and its signaling effects. But we've been arguing in India that what makes sense is actually to have a low-carbon development committee, where you don't set 5-yearly budgets, but you put the authority of a committee behind this co-benefits and development pathway analysis, right? And you make that an object of discussion. And the third thing that institutions need to do for you is to help you build consensus, because the transformations that we're talking about bring winners and losers, and the losers have to be compensated in some way. It's the essence of the just transition story. South Africa has this wonderful example of its presidential commission, which I think is a really useful model. The last thing, I'll just take a few seconds on this, is about finance, right? You have to have the means to drive these changes. And here on finance, I have a bit of a conflicted view, because I think this language of additionality that has is suffused the climate finance conversation, where the donor side says, show us the additionality of your action, and the recipient side, show us the additionality of your finance, right? And actually what we want to do is we do want to integrate climate change into financial decisions. We do want everyday planning to involve climate considerations, right? You don't want to build your public transport system without thinking about climate change, for both on the resilience side as well as on the mitigation side. But you also don't want that to become an excuse for saying there are some real costs here for which we will need external finance. We need external finance to manage the transaction costs, right? So in India, if you take away fossil fuels, it leaves a big hole on the fiscal side. The fiscal side, fiscal revenues are heavily dependent right now on fossil fuel in India, for example. Access to credit, we have much higher costs of capital in India. That has to be brought down if we're going to move to a renewable energy economy. And of course, there are the adaptation costs, the loss and damage costs, and so on. So the argument about additionality shouldn't be taken to mean that we don't need, that finance isn't important. But I do think also we shouldn't get trapped into this conversation where we say, well, if we do that on our own steam, that means no money will be forthcoming, right? And there are examples of that. I mean, I'll give you one very small example and then I'll end, which is, a few decades ago, a few years ago, a decade or two ago, when the conversation was about moving from incandescent to LED to CFL bulbs, there was actually a project that said, hang on a second, if we go ahead and switch to CFLs, which would be really helpful because we won't have to build additional coal-fired power plants, then we won't be able to get CDM credits for that transition. So let's not do it, right? That's the kind of perverse logic that the additionality story takes you into. Okay, so I'm just going to stop there. I think that part of the story is the imagination of what kind of societies you want to build. That's where it really has to start. And then to realize that is to build a political narrative, to back it up by institutions, and make sure that there's finance to get the whole thing moving. So that's the sort of high-level story that I try and bring to this question.
That is indeed a high-level story, and also an extreme ask for a lot of countries, especially in Sub-Saharan Africa, or maybe India also presents a much more complex context as well as a much more advanced conversation in these areas. But I think Philip is going to bring us back into Sub-Saharan Africa. Yeah.
Well, not exclusively, I hope, so to a certain extent. I had some slides, so maybe we can bring those up. Lovely, thank you very much. So I'll talk about this interesting, and then this interesting issue of the difference between formally adopting climate policies and actually, what has to happen for those climate policies to actually make a tangible impact on the ground. And and I'll touch on several things that Navras was talking about. Just maybe clicker doesn't seem to work. Maybe you can just go to the next slide. Or we do it like that. Yeah. So there's three key messages that I wanted to talk about. The first one is that there is certainly a disconnect between what people have said they want to do, and some of the ambitions that they have. Thank you. Some of the ambitions that they have and the concrete action that we see on the ground and was actually implemented. And there's, some hard numbers, and there's also, some soft anecdotal evidence that there is a gap. The second is, studying that gap. And that's what we did in a research project that I led. Jakob was involved in several other scholars from Asia and Africa as well. So we looked at low and middle income countries and asked policymakers, people that were representing these countries in climate negotiations and policy consultants, just to understand what drives policy adoption and formal, commitment to targets, and what drives actual implementation of these policies. And we found quite different, a different set of drivers that are salient for implementation rather than adoption. So I think there was a huge focus, of course, in Paris, and also the aftermath of Paris, and the NDC focuses on this adoption on the target side, but maybe not as much on what does it take to actually lead to tangible outcomes. And I think there I'll talk a lot about what we found. There was a lot on what Navros was talking about, these multiple objectives that certainly are there. They really come into play when you talk about implementation. You can write a lot of things on paper. Maybe it's not. Yeah, okay, thank you. I think Navros maybe has fixed it already. Okay, so you can put a lot of things on paper, but actually, implementing that is potentially more difficult. And the third thing is then we asked and we studied what type of measures there are to bridge this gap. And there's a lot that low and middle income countries can do themselves, and there's a bunch of things that the international community can do as well. So I'll talk about that. So maybe can we switch to the next slide, please? Yeah, that was a few too many. Yeah, that one is perfect. So let's just go into the first one. So this is from the Climate Action Tracker. I haven't found a recent update for COP27. This is the COP26 update they made. But you can say, thank you very much, but you can see quite a notable difference here between the policies and actions and then the targets only. And then you can see my face down here, but this is where, this is where, thank you very much, where the pledges and targets are. And then these are kind of some of the scenarios. So you see this difference in what the actual concrete actions are telling us and what some pledges and targets are. And I really was interested, by how can we bridge this gap. So in addition to that, then we asked, this was we looked at 11 different low and middle income countries, and we just asked respondents and these policymakers and the climate negotiators, do you see a gap between adaptation and implementation? And pretty much all of the countries except for Benin and Ethiopia, I think, were the two examples that didn't see much of a gap. But the others, there were a lot of these statements where you said, climate change is high on the agenda in terms of policy, but in terms of implementation, it's a different story, right? And they were mentioning ideas like, Angola has this big tree planting initiative that they have on paper, but the amount of trees they're actually planting is very low, but they're still doing a lot of logging. So if you look at kind of this, some of the measures, there seems to be this disconnect in several of these low and middle income countries that we studied, and Bolivia, Ghana, Nigeria is a similar story here. So let's, what we then decided to do is look at. Can we come up with a framework that would look at the different drivers of formal adoption of climate policies and implementation? And just from a literature review, I don't want to go through all of these ones, but you can what we saw, what is out there is there are certain internal drivers, so something that comes from your own country, and external drivers that come from the international community, and you can divide them into political, environmental, economic, and sociocultural type drivers that are either existent within your country or without. And then we, just with all these respondents, would go through and ask them, what is driving formal adoption, what is driving implementation. And what we found is quite a different, here we go, let's just start with this one. So we found quite a different pattern. So this is policy adoption. So, you know, the process of, committing to the Paris Agreement and implementing or adopting policies in that NDCs and climate policies that would foster these goals. So what people are saying, you know, what drove this is the answer that almost everybody gets was this external political pressure, where the low-income countries, of course, were also in this Paris Agreement, were also asked to also sign the Paris Agreement, and almost all low and middle income countries did sign the Paris Agreement. And of course there was, this international, political kind of agreement that low-income countries would sign up to the Paris Agreement, and then high-income countries would potentially finance some of the measures that would have to be there. And internally, you had this political aspect, which was quite important for adoption. So you had, this political, or conviction that countries want to take part of in this process, and you had, certainly this environmental issue because of the high impacts that low and middle income countries would suffer from climate change. So there was, just addressing this on the global area was quite important. But now if you look at those drivers and compare them to what is happening on the implementation side, so what drives these policies to actually make a change on the ground, you see quite different sets of drivers. So for instance, the economic one, economic co-benefits and also social co-benefits were all of a sudden, amongst the most important ones. You do have to have, political institutions and the political ability also to drive that change. But it's really about whether these policies have a tangible economic impact and a tangible social positive impact for countries to be to really focus on. And externally as well, if there's an economic, either a benefit that can be had, or the consequence of not implementing them could lead to economic issues in terms of climate finance that wouldn't be there, for instance, or climate finance just as a driver for actually implementing that those were the other ones. So you really see, adoption you can get through political pressure, but whether that actually happens on the implementation side, the politics don't really matter that much. It's much more about whether it actually makes sense economically and socially, and that's really something that Navros was talking about with the multiple objectives and which ones are salient here. Right, and then we just looked at different. It's just kind of a summary, and then different driver types, which ones are really salient. I called it political leadership. So I don't know if political will, we just heard that's not really the right term. I don't know if we can settle on leadership and leadership ability, which is important for both adoption and implementation. But a lot of these economic and also social aspects are quite salient on the implementation side. So, so what can be done to make sure that these policies that are being adopted at a large scale that are actually being implemented? So this is the key measures that you can take, and I just picked a couple here for the internal side, what countries can do. Is this it really starts with from top down, and this top down leadership. In Ethiopia, we saw something like that started really under Meles Zenawi when he was president, where there was a strong focus. And in 2009, I think there was this integrated policies push that they really wanted to grow their economy and become kind of a green growth superstar. And there was a lot of policy making, very cross-sectoral in the setup that was driven in that way. And I'm a professor of sustainability management, so I look at a lot on at businesses, and the example I think actually some political or organizations and governments can actually learn from the private sector here as well. And there's this very interesting case of Unilever, which is one of the premier companies that have really engaged in the sustainability transition of this entire organization. And Unilever is a very, very big company. And how they did it, is that there was a new CEO that came in, and in 2009, Paul Polman, and he, in the first year, he fired a third of top and middle management. So he threw out, I think, 34 or something of the top 100 managers in the company, and came with this vision of we need to transform what Unilever is all about. And the vision was not about just making profits, but it was about environmental and social objectives while keeping prosperity. And what they then did is they went into all business units. So there's a CEO of sustainability in Unilever, and they have the power to go into all business units and incentivize these business units and give them targets that say, not only your market share has to be X or your profit has to be Y, but it says your carbon footprint can only be this much, your social impact, your job impact, your biodiversity impact has to be at this and this level over a certain time, and it has to be ramped down. If you don't, then you just have failed as a manager and you don't get your bonus. So they would tie that to this. And so, it's an interesting example how kind of from the top down you can implement something like that throughout organizations. And, there is on the institutional side now, there are a couple of initiatives that we're seeing now where these cross-sectoral governance approaches that we also heard about in the last session are actually taking place. So in Benin, for instance, we have a Ministry of the Living Environment and Sustainable Development. We have, of course, in Zambia, we have a Ministry of the Green Economy. And in Germany, just now, the new government in Germany has this Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action. In Singapore, we have a very long tradition. I think the Ministry of Sustainability and the Environment in Singapore is 50 years old this year. So it's an idea that has existed for quite a long time, where certain governments are creating these institutional spaces to do what Navros was saying, that you have to foster this consensus across these different spheres and equip them institutionally with the means to do so. Right, and then on the international community side, the finance aspect, I think Navros covered that. It's exactly what we found in this paper as well. Also the cross-ministerial development pathways, and there's also this notion that Navros was also talking about, that this is not a static type approach, and it's very much context dependent and also time dependent. And there's, I think, a skills issue as well, because the complexity of governance across sectors is, of course, a lot higher, because you have to understand all these different sectors. So there you need to build these skills in governance. So that was pretty much my talk. Thank you. I'll hand it back to Meron. Thank you.
That's excellent. Thank you. There is, obviously, I'm going to let Mulima do the presentation before I get into the questions, but a question that I would like all three of you to think about and to come back to. There is a lot of talk about a top-down approach to co-benefits and policies, and I understand there is a practical element that go into making that a top-down and then making institutionalized system creating. But what I haven't been hearing a lot is about creating a bottom-up approach, creating a demand for co-benefits policies. And how do you make citizens see there is a benefit in policies that kind of merging both development and climate policies? And therefore, would that be one way to tackle the political economy issue that comes when it comes to the implementation of those policies? Before that, but now we're going to go into a more specific case studies that Mulima is going to share with us, which is an interesting perspective that is more focused in a country.
Thank you, Meron. Could we have the slide deck up? Okay, so my name is Mulima Nyambembanga. I'm making a presentation on behalf of John, who's unable to present it. So John works for the Ministry of Green Economy, so the guidelines that I will speak to that were developed in 2019 and 2019-2020 that look at climate screening. So we're trying to see how the climate policy landscape is looking like. And then there's also a tool to just track how we're achieving the climate action through integrated policies for core benefits. Oh. Let's see if it's working. Okay. So, interestingly, for Zambia, we are pursuing a green growth agenda, and at the same time, we are also pursuing a decentralization agenda. So we're talking about climate actions at both national and subnational level. And we have a Ministry of Green Economy and Environment, so hopefully we'll get it right with respect to benefits. We need a coordinated approach. So I'll be speaking to the climate change screening guidelines and the screening tool that was developed. And basically, it's to guide the process of ensuring that our climate policy landscape or the framework is actually looking at attaining the SDGs and also what we've set out in the nationally determined contributions. But more so, where are the gaps? I think most low middle income countries work in silos, so you have ministries that are tackling climate actions in various ways, but they're not really coming together to make sure that the impacts trickle down to the masses. Like I indicated earlier, so the tool and the guidelines are basically to help the policymakers and also the technocrats to ensure that we see how best we can mainstream climate change in the policy framework and how is it operating, how is the response even to the communities where you're actually implementing those aspects. Now, the guiding principles for the guidelines and the tool are basically to ensure that we integrate climate change in the policy framework. And of course, it's a cross-sectoral approach that is taken in this regard because it's not a one-size-fits-all, but at the end of the day, the policies need to converge to meet our ambitious national determined contribution and also the SDGs. And then how adaptive are the policies, the strategies? We have recently launched our 8th National Development Plan, and I'm happy to report that we have one of the core pillars in the plan is the environmental sustainability bit. So already we're seeing that our national priorities are also looking at environmental sustainability. So in a way, because we're also pursuing a green growth agenda, most of the policies have to be revised to ensure that they're not just mentioning climate change without really speaking to how they're going to implement. And that's something we found on the study we did with Meron and Jacob and Bernard. We found that there was mention of the climate change, but when you do zero in on the implementation and the activities, it was silent. So you start wondering what is going on, because if you're talking about infrastructure development, there's nothing there. So these are just some of the guiding principles to ensure that, one, the policies, the strategies, the plans are realistic and responsive and able to adapt to the climate risks that obtain. Okay. I'm not sure. Brilliant. So the conceptual framework around the climate change screening guidelines that we are using are in 3 stages. So stage 1 is looking at a preliminary assessment. So you map the policy landscape and also the institutional arrangements. Who is responsible for what and what is the policy saying in a respective sector. And then the second stage is the screening tool application. So at this point, we screen against the development policy framework. So it looks at both the international and national aspects. So with respect to the SDGs, where are we? With respect to the Paris Agreement, the NDCs, where are we? And then you zero into the national level. What are the agencies, government agencies, even private sector doing just to make sure that we attain what we've pledged at NDC level? Then there's also the aspect to look at, I think I've spoken to it, I went ahead, the climate change policy framework. And you also look at the aspect to do with climate change risks and vulnerabilities. So where are the risks? Where are the vulnerabilities? I think we've been talking about the inclusion. So how do we avert some of these issues? So you screen to make sure that in each sector, you know what the risks are and where the vulnerabilities are. And then you come up with actions that will mitigate the impacts. Then the last stage is the climate change responsive assessment. So where are we, where are the priorities and what are the actions arising from the 2 stages? And if you look at that, the M&E component is very, very important. I think many a times we come up with actions, but we don't follow through to see how it has impacted. We've banned the use of best practice, so I don't even know what to say now. So, yes. So it's a matter of learning, so drawing lessons from what you've done. So where are you? Where are you coming from? Where are you? Where do we want to be? So the M&E component is quite cardinal here. And I'm happy to also report that our government has developed the national policy on monitoring and evaluation. So it will be very interesting to see how this will encompass some of these aspects. So at least we're assured that the line ministries and other government departments will also be aligned to the national policy on monitoring and evaluation. So this is just to give you a glimpse of some of the guiding questions when we're undertaking the screening. We want to be aware what is the mandate of, say, the Ministry of Energy or Ministry of Transport. If they have aspects that are related to climate change, what exactly are they doing? But remember I mentioned that we have the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment. So they're the ones who are now going to coordinate. Still waiting to see what their mandate is because we still have a lot of other agencies stating various things. Then you're wondering where is the ministry, but I think we're getting there. So this is very, very important to make sure that you have a ministry that coordinates what other ministries are doing with respect to climate change. Then it addresses the issue to do with the overlapping mandates. So before we had the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment, we had the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, so they were quite critical in dealing with aspects to do with climate change. So that's still there, there's a department, so we're trying to see how we make sure that the overlapping is also managed there. And then, of course, in all this, the ministry can't work alone. So the interagency coordination is very, very cardinal here. Who is responsible for what, the coordination gaps, and this is where the ministry comes in. And there are various technical working groups that have been put in place. So structures are there already for us. It's just a matter of how we need to strengthen them. So that one is quite cardinal. And then the budget allocations, I think we're talking about how we need financing to mete out these climate actions, whether it's at national level or sub-national level. It's quite important, because you'll find that when you would delve into the policies, they have an activity, but the financing is not very clear where it's going to come from. So just a reminder, I'm almost done. So the purpose for the tool is to interrogate the level of integration of climate change considerations, because it's one thing to mention, oh, we're going to put up climate resilient infrastructure, and you just go quiet. You don't really know what exactly you're going to do. Come rainy season, the bridges are washed out, and then you go like, oh, we didn't know that was going to happen. So it's all those things, and then even just identifying the gaps and opportunities for further mainstreaming, because some policies are silent. So because of the cross-sectoral approach that we're now pursuing, because of the green growth agenda that we're pursuing, is quite important to ensure that the mainstreaming is across all sectors. This is just speaking to some of the entry points for the climate change mainstreaming, whether we're reviewing a policy or we're developing new policies. So there's the issue identification, agenda setting, the policy formulation, the policy adoption, and policy implementation, as well as the M&E bit. I think I already spoke to some of these issues earlier. This is just a glimpse of how the policy database looks like. Now the key there, if it's red, it means it's quite urgent. This is a sector that is vulnerable to climate shocks, and we need to ensure that the climate narrative is quite clear. So this one looks at the district integrated development plans, just picking that one. Because we're pursuing a decentralization agenda, we now need to look at sub-national level, how exactly are we going to address some of these issues to make sure that if it's a constituency development funds, can we use that to make sure that there's a bit of climate financing to make sure that we mete out the climate actions. And then, so the climate change screening tool is Excel, an Excel-based tool. So this is how it looks like. So that was just giving you an example of some of the tools. Oh, I'm done. Thank you. I was rushing.
Yeah. But Mulima, why your mic is still hot? Maybe we can ask the question with you. We have heard about the product challenges as well as also the drivers and implementation abilities. So what do you think has changed the conversation in Zambia for the ministry to be able to kind of develop this kind of instrument more recently?
Okay. So because of the trajectory that we're pursuing, everyone now sees that they need to come to the table. Meron, I think I mentioned to you that some of the key ministries, because we're talking about decarbonizing, I'm giving an example, decarbonizing the transport sector. We are now revising our national transport policy, believe it or not, because before it was mentioning decarbonization of the transport sector, but not very clear. So the core benefits, in a way, are coming out, and more so because of the decentralization agenda. So at sub-national level, we have alive to the fact that the inclusivity bit is quite cardinal. So we are also using the bottom-up approach. The top-bottom hasn't really worked. I am a social scientist, and I always talk about how if you're going to have a climate action, we're pursuing the utilization of renewable energy technologies in the country. So we find that when we set up those technologies in the rural communities, because it was a top-bottom approach, they vandalize the technologies. So we need to rethink. So everyone needs to know that this is for our good. How are we going to benefit? So because of that bit now, we have structures on the ground that address climate action. And then the financing, I mentioned that there's financing that is available at subnational level. So one of the things that ZIPA is trying to recommend is that part of those funds for the constituency development fund, that's what we call it, can we have a component that deals with climate financing so that the actions, because all communities have got different needs. The impacts on the climate change are different. Other regions dealing with droughts, others is flash floods. So if it's flash floods, they're talking about infrastructure needs. And if it's the droughts, you're talking about now we need to do irrigation farming. So how do we do that? So the financing for the smallholder farmers is not available. So that's how we're just trying to make sure that subnational level also actions are addressed in a certain way. So the bottom-up approach seems to be working a wee bit, but we'll see how far along we'll get with it. Yeah?
Yes, excellent. Actually, this is actually a good one to go back to Narvos to ask about these issues about bottom-up. In Zambia, we can see that real-time experience of climate-related crisis is forcing governments to think around not only how to resolve it, but also then at the same time provide services. And Narvos, a while back, I am putting you on the spot, I know. A while back, I have read a paper where you talk about equity framing when you talk about climate politics. And this might be a good way also to think about how we can frame these issues in a way that are accessible and relevant and useful for citizens, as well as also for countries that do not feel they are in a position to think about climate and climate benefits issues at an international level. So maybe both on domestic and on international level. I think that's what the paper was about.
Thank you. I'll do my best to dredge that up from my memory. But if I could just take a second on the bottom-up part of the story. You know, I often feel conflicted because I think that we're not going to manage the scale of this low-carbon transition either on the mitigation side or the resilience side without the state working more effectively. Right? You have to, and I think I was really fascinated by the example, the Zambia story, and I'm actually very curious to know, maybe I can talk to you afterwards, how has that actually worked when you step through each of those points in that flow diagram? You know, because it's conceptually a very rich framework, but how does it actually work? But that's exactly the kind of approach to retooling the state that I think that at least from my observation, feels needs to be done, and nothing that rich exists in the Indian context, at least none that systematic exists in the Indian context, certainly. But then when you talk about the state, does that then mean that everything has to be kind of a top-down construct? And I don't think it does, but that's where political culture and context really matters, right? So all of these institutions that we're building, they've got to be porous to civil society. That includes, if you're doing green industrial policy, you have to be able to have a conversation with business without being captured by business. If you're doing urban planning or agricultural resilience, it has to be porous to civil society, farmers groups, local self-help groups, whatever else it might be. In India, we have these resident welfare associations in cities. It has to be open to them, again, in ways where there's a productive conversation, but not necessarily captured. So, but there's not much that depends on whether you have a deliberative culture on which to build. And let me also just use that moment to clarify perhaps a little bit, even maybe slightly soften my language on best practice, right? I feel like the best practice idea doesn't mean that you can't learn from other countries. But the best practice is the starting point of the conversation, not the ending point of the conversation. Just because it works somewhere else, it's worth thinking about whether to import it, But then you have to have an embedding process where you say, in what ways will it work here? To what ways it might be misused here, and so on and so forth, right? So it's the starting point, it shouldn't be, oh, it worked there, there's something wrong with you if it didn't work here. No, I mean, it's a different context. It's understandable if it works differently. So I think so we have to have both the kind of bottom-up and the top-down kind of conversation. Let me quickly sort of try and see if I can answer the equity question, because I know that's where I took it in a completely different direction. You know, in India at least, the global equity story has been one that has been used to insulate Indian development stories from climate conversations. We didn't cause it. We shouldn't have to talk about it. We should be able to go along our merry way, doing high carbon development if that's what we choose to do. And I've been one of those who sort of says, well, you know, we're not innocent of knowledge now. And there are countries, there are Indians who are very vulnerable, and there are other countries that are very vulnerable. So we do have an obligation, and it's the distinction that somebody I look up to in India has made between responsibility for climate change, where we may not have it, but responsibility to internalize climate change, where I think we do have it. And so equity isn't a get out of jail free card, but it is something one has to nonetheless take seriously in terms of how you know, if there is there are costs to be borne from this, then we do have a claim that those costs should be borne by countries that had a bigger role in causing this problem. I can't remember actually the paper that you were referring to, but that's the...
Like I said, it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Philip, I think I'm going to go to a couple of questions that have come from the audience, which actually also happen to be the questions that I had in mind. So I'm just going to ask them, 2 or 3 of them together, and see how we go. So one is looking into the Unilever case study, which is an interesting example. But the question is, can you confidently say there is no greenwashing and monitoring and reporting in open and transparent to the public? And the other one is... Oh, the other one might be slightly different, but I'm going to ask it anyway. It's, is there a way we can think of co-benefits as precondition for climate financing? Do you want to grab them both at the same time?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So let me talk about the Unilever case. I mean, I'm not a Unilever employee. I'm not in the C-suite, so you know it's sometimes a bit tough to judge on greenwashing. What Unilever has done, which is quite remarkable, which you don't really see that much. So this plan is now in its 12th or 13th year, and after 10 years, they published this huge report where they took stock and compared on all, I think they have something like 60 or 70 targets across economics, environment and social, and were extremely honest and said that about half of those targets, they missed the mark by a lot, and then, you know, go really into detail on what they can do to make it better. So they're not afraid of saying, you know, we have failed here, we need to do better, and we have done well here. So that gives me confidence that there is kind of, you know, that they're trying to shy away from it. And it's certainly, you know, the CEO, there's all these, you know, public conversations between the CEO and funders and stakeholders and shareholders, right, where they are really getting at each other's throats, and the shareholders saying, hey, you know, you're doing all the sustainability stuff, but, you know, you're not profitable anymore. You know, that says, like, you know, we're suffering from this. And he's like, you know, constantly kicking and pushing back against that. So I think there are some signs that the level of greenwashing is not as high as I would say in your average company, although there are still issues with Unilever, right? It's definitely not at the end or nowhere near the end of its sustainability journey, but I think it is a very insightful case in terms of how, you know, these really big organizations, how you can transform them in a short time. You know, before I make a point on the co-benefits for climate finance, I just wanted to briefly touch upon the top-down versus bottom-up issue. And I actually believe that if you are real about co-benefits, then you can't not do it without a bottom-up approach, because the co-benefits, as Navras was saying, is inherently multi-objective. It's a multi-objective issue. So you're looking at economics and the triple bottom line, like economics, social, and environmental aspects, and you can't really understand those without talking to the stakeholders that have these objectives. I mean, how can you even know what your objective is if you don't know the needs of communities? So you have to, if you take this seriously, I would be hard pressed to even say how you do that properly without combining a top-down and a bottom-up approach. So I think it's a very good question and something to think about. Again, it raises the complexity, but that's absolutely necessary to do here. And then can co-benefits be and can it be a catalyzer for finance? I think absolutely yes, because we've heard in previous sessions here today where there actually is climate finance available, but a lot of the times these projects aren't bankable, and then it's really tough to even access the finance. I think there's some research done, I forgot by whom, by Carbon Brief or I don't know what, but the developed countries have still not managed to go to $100 billion per year, sadly. But if you look at kind of who gets the money that is being put out there, there's a lot of extremely vulnerable countries right now that are not getting any of this funding, and that's mainly because there's some processual issues and there's bankability issues. So I think if you manage to combine the climate finance with something that is bankable and has other objectives that you meet through that, your chances of success of getting especially loan-based finance is a lot higher. So I hope that answered the question.
Excellent. So normally my colleagues who have moderated before me would ask for everyone to say one point, one statement. But since we're out of time, I'm just going to ask for one word. One word for each person to say how they see what's the next focus should be to make co-benefits most achievable. I mean, I can pick some of the words you have said and label it to you, but I prefer it. No political leadership, no best practice. No. Yes, maybe that too. That's also allowed. What not to do. Okay, one sentence.
It's cross-sectoral cooperation.
That would be one word for me.
One word.
2.5. 2.5.
I would have to say this idea of multiple objective, not planning, but multiple objective kind of analysis in the way that Zambia did it.
Philip, you picked what I was going to say. I always say interagency coordination, but that's not one word. I'll go with social cohesion. I liked the panel in the morning. That goes with both the bottom-up, top-down approach. So we need to be alive to that. But, sorry, Meron, I know that you need. So I want to say that it depends on the country context. Yeah. So bottom-up approach for us, because of the decentralization agenda, that has to work, and it will work. Because in the recovery project, we found that we were calling it the blended approach. So it depends in the sector where you want those climate actions, so you may have to use both. It's sort of, back and forth. But then there's some aspects where you just need to zero in on the bottom-up, because they know where the issues are. And so for the social, economic core benefits to be actualized, you need to make sure that you involve them. The implementation will be easier. Otherwise, we have a lot of policies, strategies, plans, but they don't yield anything. So we need to get it right. Sorry, Meron.
I think you should apologize to the next group. Is it? Well, thank you all for joining us, and I really appreciate that you took up the challenge.
Thank
Thank you again for listening, and thank you to our panellists and Meron for chairing. In a couple of seconds, we'll be starting our final session of the day, LCEDN at the COP, Voices from the Frontline. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us this evening. This will be our final session of the day, so I hope you have lots of attention left. This final session is called LCEDN at the COP, Voices from the Frontline. As with all sessions, it's supported by CCG, Climate Compatible Growth, and CCG is funded by UK's FCDO.
If you wish to ask a question at all throughout this event, please use Slido. The link is www.slido.com and the code is 2715656. So I'd now like to introduce the chair of this session, Jakob Mulligetta, who is the partnership lead at CCG and also the international engagement lead at UCL in London. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone. So it looks like we are standing in your way from escaping. This is going to be a very light discussion around a network that we used to have. It's still there in a very dormant state. It's called LCEDN. That's a Low Carbon Development Energy. Sorry, LCEDN. You see, I mean, we're quite rusty about even the acronyms. Yeah? Essentially, I mean, it is about low carbon energy and the network around it, and with a focus on developing countries. So this was a program or a network that was initiated, what is that, 2012? 2012, on the back of a whole series of projects that the then DFID, Department for International Development, funded. And I think, there were something like 12 projects, am I right, Ed? 13 projects, okay, near enough, yes. And what happened was that the LCEDN, which, Ed was chairing and managing and was
co-chairing with
co-chairing. I mean, I'm near enough, but not quite there, on 3 counts, yeah? 2012, no, 2013, anyway. But many of us, I mean, I had a project that I was involved in around agro-industries and clean energy in Africa. There were a whole, series of projects that actually led to things like the, MEX and other work, at least, because, MEX is essentially the same sort of network that was built in that journey that we had. Now, and it was always the case that LCEDN was, in my view, severely underfunded. We could see, all of us could see the value that it was bringing, because it was bringing universities, their network, as well as not just in the UK, but also in the South. And so we came out. We were thinking with Ed not long ago to see whether there is value in bringing back this network and in a much more of course responding to some of the critical issues that we're dealing with at the moment, but in a much more loose kind of way. So that's really what this discussion is about. This is just the first discussion, which is going to continue, and we've got colleagues also in online who are part of this this network. But before progressing, I thought perhaps Ed, who has a much deeper knowledge about it because he ran this network, to just give us a little bit of the history of the network.
Thank you, Jakob. First thing I would say actually is that in the publicity for this session, there were a number of additional speakers. Yuba Sakona, Fatima, also from the United Nations University. Unfortunately, I think, as is the case with events at the COP that are not actually part of the COP, unfortunately, people get taken up by events in the COP itself, where they're actively trying to achieve the transformations that we're all here to talk about. So I'm delighted that we have our colleague Kande with us to talk through some of these issues. But it's a shame that we don't have our other colleagues with us. It was very much that we were going to talk about not only the future of LCEDN and review some of the things that we've done in the past, but also to really reflect upon what the prospects are at this particular COP. We can still do that, but certainly I, and I imagine Jakob maybe don't feel as justified in doing that as our colleague Kande here, who's been at the heart of these kinds of discussions for, I won't give your age away actually, Kande, but for some considerable time. Just then to answer the question that Jakob actually asked me, which was around the LCEDN itself. Yeah, your description of the background to LCEDN is absolutely right. I think what we tried to do, and a group of us came together, off the top of my head, the folks that really spent a lot of time in developing the network over a good number of years. We're now talking of 10 years. John Cloak, who I hope is online, together with Ben Campbell, the late departed Paul Johnson, Long Seng To, and a whole range of other people across the time involved at Strathclyde University, at Imperial with Jem Woods, and a whole range of other folks. I'm sorry if I haven't mentioned you by name, but it was an attempt back in the early part of the last decade. We noticed that there were lots of UK researchers working on energy and international development issues, but that they were very diverse in their interests. They were based in different institutions, and there wasn't a real sense of community around the UK researchers working. I think the second thing that we noticed was that often also we were quite removed from the stakeholders and actors that were actively working in this area. So the other goal of the LCEDN, as well as bringing together UK researchers and to encourage and look for more funding of the type of research, that transdisciplinary research that we thought needed to be done, was also to reach out to international institutions, to work with those institutions, also to reach out to a wide range of other sectors. So we did a lot of work with local government in the projects that were supported through the USIS program. We did a lot of work with national governments as well, and also really reached out to different parts of the private sector, both small scale, newly emerging entrepreneurial types of businesses, but also some of the larger businesses as well. And I guess at that point we did a lot of work in working out what I'm sorry, I've completely forgotten the third area, which was exactly what we were talking about last night, was how can UK researchers support and nurture and work together with and learn from our colleagues in southern institutions. And that was what we set out to do. I think in terms of what we achieved in the last 10 years, in all three of those areas, I think we have helped the UK academic community to become more diverse, much larger in terms of its ability to deal with these kinds of issues, but also far more connected. And I think you mentioned at the start of this, it's not like the LCEDN has gone away in many ways, because the relationships that are established through the LCEDN are here in CCG, they're in MEX, and they're in a whole other suite of projects that have continued. And relationships, actually, more than anything else, I think what LCEDN did was establish relationships. It hasn't met as a network effectively for 2 or 3 years now, but certainly it's a question that has come up from other people asking us, where are there going to be more LCEDN events? So we thought we'd take the opportunity to think and to start planning. I know there are ideas for further LCEDN events in the aftermath of COP that I think our colleagues Rahana and John and Ben are going to pull together in the aftermath of this. So we would really encourage people to join those events and also to contribute to rethinking, what could the LCEDN be? What is missing in these relationships at the moment? What can the UK research community contribute to relationships with all of the types of organisations that I've mentioned? Is there something that LCEDN did that isn't now being done, or are there things that we could do under the banner of LCEDN that aren't actively being done at the moment? So I think that's kind of, I hope I haven't gone on too long, but I think that gives you an idea of where we came from and why it was we wanted to have this discussion now.
Thanks, Ed. That's great. So we have some ideas, and of course, I mean, this is just the beginning of this conversation. But just to take a little bit of time, not too much, because I think people are, of course, tired, but also to bring Kande, because Kande is he was head of the United Nations International Development Organization, a key player in the energy discussions for 15 years, and if you're talking about sustainable energy for all, I mean, he is the architect of that, but also ran it, for a period of time. So someone who's been involved in that, but now gone back to Sierra Leone, trying to rebuild from a different base in a sense, and in some ways, I mean, Kande, when we are discussing the LCEDN or this type of a network, we have, of course, people like yourself in mind. And just if you could sort of, help us sketch out, what is the demand for something like this? A network which has which doesn't have a headquarters per se, but rather in a network that's there to try and support research, support action on the ground. I mean, what would be what's missing? Where you are in Sierra Leone at the moment, what's missing?
Well, of course, in any kind of network like this, you need a champion on the ground. You need a faculty member or a person who is in the network, but also ready to promote the activities of the network on the ground. What I find missing at a higher level is the lack of involvement in African universities in the processes that you've been describing yesterday and today. I was really intrigued by the statement from our colleague from India that the NDCs have been good at target setting, but we've not gone into how to achieve those targets for a while. In my country, I don't see the heavy involvement of the university in that process. It's a government process. It's run by the Ministry of Environment. But beyond COPs, I'm still asking myself, when was the last time I heard of the Sierra Leone NDC? In the media or discussed anywhere? It's in the Ministry of Environment. It's their document. But with other ministries, after it was done, I don't think there has been much movement. So the absence of the university in these processes worries me. And so I think a network like the LCEDN would help. If it is embedded also in the university, it will help not only train people, but also have some level of continuity. I worry always with governments that when one government goes out, the other one comes in. Maybe for the next government, the environmental issues are not as important as it was for the previous one. So having the university as a good location where some of these new tools can be deposited or become the base for developing them would be good. So NDCs is one, but I'm sure from COP27 there's going to be another big thing coming out. Whatever that is, it has to be embedded in, my argument is embed some of it in the academy and let these networks help the faculty in Africa get more exposure and more collaboration to do some more analytics. Yesterday you were talking a lot about modeling. We need that capacity for the energy planning. Some of what is required now. This morning I was facilitating a discussion for the EU on the new $2.4 billion Green Africa-Europe Green Energy Initiative. And the EIB, the Siemens, all of those on the panel were saying planning, planning, planning. That planning requires the kind of modeling you guys are doing in CCG. It requires what was said earlier in the other panel, some degree of coordination, somewhere where somebody is connecting these issues and helping the government see the interlinkages. Because still you have the silos in getting action done. you have the different ministries. The case of Zambia just now, as I was listening to the lady, they now have a Ministry of Green Climate Change, but they already had a Ministry of Green Economy and Environment. Well, in my country, we have the Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Water, then forestry is in agriculture, fisheries is somewhere else, and all of these have been referred to in the NDCs. But I doubt if there's real coordination going on. So the LCEDN, I believe that network involving faculty from Africa will be critical in that process going forward.
Ed, is there anything you want to add? I mean, I guess I come to you partly because, you know, you've run the LCD and there's a clear demand for it. That, you know, the universities are, you know, important hubs to be able to hold on to this. And perhaps even, you know, if you could say a few words on, you know, of course, you know, we're going ahead with this in some sort of way, but it has to be sustained. You know, what went wrong for it not to have been sustained?
Thank you, Kende. I think one thing is that the LCEDN has not been very active over the last few years, but that doesn't mean that the connections between UK universities and African universities have not been active. The T programme, another of the Ayrton-funded, UK aid-funded programmes, has a really wonderful program of collaboration between UK universities and African universities. It supported them in setting up new programs, exploring how all of the programs like ours can feed into those programs. CCG also, through the summer school, has an amazing way of bringing together universities and indeed universities with planners, particularly to address your point. I think maybe what LCEDN brought that I don't see as much in what we're doing now is this sense of multidisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity. And what I mean by that is, for example, you mentioned the planners and you mentioned the modelling. And absolutely right. This is really massively important. It's an area where there's a lot of collaboration going on, and it's really strategically important, particularly as we begin to look at things like how do we manage and support planning at a decentralized level in countries like Kenya and Zambia and so on, understanding how the collection of an understanding of what people's needs and wants and aspirations are, how does that dovetail with the kind of more top-down approach to understanding the way in which the electricity system needs to operate and so on. And actually quite often, and too often still, I think those two worlds are too disconnected. And I think even I see this in CCG sometimes. It's not a criticism, but it's a sense in which the technical work and how it meets much more grassroots, community-focused, local government-focused work emerging out of interactions with real people on the ground as well as with their governments, I think is something the LCEDN was quite good at. And I think it's something where I think also it's about how we encourage the exploration of different visions of futures. And I think sometimes at the moment there's quite a technocratic approach, which is almost as if there's sometimes it seems like there's one approach, which is everyone's moving towards. And I know in the last session we talked a lot about these different approaches. How do we ensure that we are developing perspectives on planning that are truly open and are truly, I think, participatory in the way in which they emerge? And I think, as I say, that the LCEDN was a really good forum for encouraging that kind of thinking and encouraging ways in which we can embrace different ways of getting access to people's thoughts and aspirations and wants and desires. And it's work that's ongoing in our universities. It's going on in the processes of collaboration that we're doing with some of the projects that have been described today, I think. So, I don't know, that's a bit of a rambling answer to what you were suggesting, Kende, but come on, Jakob, you're also involved in all of this. Yeah.
No, I mean, for me, the LCD, and I mean, you know, at the time, I was involved in one project that spanned over 5 years. And one of the things that was quite important for us was to have a much broader sort of network, broader group of people who are committed, to the cause of, I think, it was labeled as low carbon, etc. And of course, occasionally, from time to time, the users group, which was essentially run by the LCEDN is a sort of a loose network, but the more formal part was the users group, under which sat the 12 or 13 projects. Sorry, yeah. So in essence, what the LCEDN offered was a kind of a safe space where we would get together, and just, brainstorm about so many issues. For example, the MEX program. In the early days, it was even discussed, with, Ed and Simon Batchelor and so forth, within that forum. So many other ideas, and I think to some extent, even the CCG program itself, at least the person who was involved with the users and the LCEDN program itself, who later on was the main contact for CCG. So you can see that a lot of the sort of ideas, the good those ideas around CCG, the early ideas came from that sort of interaction. So it created that space. Which is why, you may remember, which is why I was saying, look, if this thing is going to be sustained, it has to be, supported quite well in order to, for the network to have any real currency and real sort of roots on the ground. Because I've seen in the past, that, for example, there was even remember KAR? This was the knowledge and research. This is a long time ago, isn't it? Like, in the 90s, mid-90s or late 90s. So there was a KAR program that the UK, and that KAR program, for instance, it generated so much, capability, capacity, or whatever you call it. A lot of people working on energy and development work. A new government came. KAR was scrapped. We lost. Even me, I was working on UK-based sort of energy issues. Yeah. Because the funding simply wasn't there. So in some ways, what we had with the LCEDN is that it was very much, dependent on the financing that was coming from DFID. So the question is, how can you kind of emancipate yourself from that? How can you come out of that in order for this kind of a network to flourish? Of course, it will require champions, as Kande was talking about. It will require people who are going to be self-sacrificing, people like Ed, who later on continue to run it for quite some time. But we, valued it, a lot of us who are in that. But I think, it needs to be of a different type now. It needs to be a lot more aggressive in terms of the way in which, we structure it. Aggressive, I don't mean like, formal necessarily, yeah? But it has to actually think about, that this network needs to survive. It needs to have maybe multiple champions. It might need to have multiple hubs, not just in the UK. Maybe one of the hubs could be at Furabe University, for example. Yeah. So I guess my next question to you, Kande, is if we were to, what would be the process by which we could, say, for instance, find champions in Sierra Leone, who would be able to kind of embrace this idea, and what can we do about that?
That's a tough one. I suppose, on the one hand, you can argue that probably the kinds of people that might be interested in this are in the environmental space initially. And so you have ANSEM, the African Ministers of Environment. Some of them may or may not be people that were appointed based on their expertise in the environment field. So that could be one source where you could get possible names of likely champions in some countries. The energy ministers, they don't seem to have a powerful group like ANSEM. The ANSEM is well coordinated and supported by UNEP. The energy ministers maybe except through IRENA now, where they are also looking at renewable energy and so on, they might also have some kind of a convening responsibility there for that group. So from those two groups initially on the environment and energy side, the other people we need in this discussion always is the Ministry of Finance. And there, I'm just looking at our context in Sierra Leone, I don't hear much discussion about environmental issues, energy transition issues in the ministries of finance. And they're so critical in this space, in the whole discussion of energy and economic development, energy and the social impacts, positive impacts you can have with access to energy. So how we bring the finance community into these kinds of networks is going to be important. But of course, in the case of Sierra Leone, I have a good candidate because he just happened to have been appointed now as Vice Chancellor. And he's been doing projects in renewable energy, his degrees in renewable energy. And now, fortunately, and then Dean of the College of Engineering, and now he's just been appointed the Vice Chancellor. I was telling Mark yesterday for CCG that I think he'll be a good collaborator to begin to establish some kind of a base, solid base for their activities in Sierra Leone. In places like Ghana, a little bit more advanced. Ghana, Kenya, even in the case of Rwanda, I think the expertise there and knowledge of the energy space has grown much more than for some of us. Sierra Leone, Liberia, Guinea, we're still way behind. So it might be easier to find good champions in some countries. Some others, it's quite a challenge. But I think starting with ANSEM and the energy ministers under the umbrella of IRENA could be a good starting point, just to begin to get names of people that can be in a network like that.
Can I? I think one of the things that, okay, two things I want to cover. I'm giving a quick warning to Mikhail, because I think it would be really interesting to hear from Mikhail what the SE4All now, as opposed to when Kande was there, what relationships you have with universities and what other things you think that universities could do that they aren't currently doing to support what SE4All do. So there's a warning that I'm coming for you in relation to that. I think the other thing, though, is one of the things that stymies the kind of long-term building of sustainable relationships, it's always like this, is funding. So we know that we have been through some quite difficult periods recently. I don't just mean by the LCEDN losing its funding, but also through some of the issues we faced with cuts and so on over recent years. And that has damaged relationships, in some senses. We've managed to preserve and to strengthen in other cases. So I think that's an important context to understanding this. And what it also then means, though, is if we are dependent on an individual funder or on large-scale funding in order to do things, then it means that you're inherently, at some point, that funding will stop. So I suppose if we're trying to build long-term sustainable relationships, then maybe one of the things we need to be is aware of how we can try and do things as cheaply as possible. So that could mean things like, for example, we ran a whole range of LCEDN events in person, and we paid for colleagues who didn't have the resources to come to those events, to go to those events and so on. That immediately means you need a lot of money in order to be able to do that. However, one thing we have been talking about this year is running events that are entirely online, because we've shown that you can actually do that from our experiences during COVID. So I wonder if that's one area that we could try and utilise. And I guess, one question of that is, to what degree, from most of the universities that you know in the African countries that you work in, would the bandwidth support that kind of collaboration, do you think? And if not, is it support for the basic IT services within institutions that might be a good thing to look for funding for?
For sure, using digital communications will be a good beginning now to revive those links again, or introduce some new players to that network. COVID showed the potency of that over time. So I feel that starting with linking some of those practitioners in Africa to a digital platform on the LCEDN will be an important beginning. And of course, you're right, getting funding so that every now and again those experts could meet in a particular location, hopefully in Africa itself, would be necessary, because funding for tertiary education is a big problem. Yoba made the comment yesterday, which is true. Our universities struggle. Everybody's focusing on basic education and secondary school education, but the universities are really struggling, and the numbers heading for universities are getting larger every time. So getting some good initial funding. I don't know if philanthropics have an interest in this area, but folks like the Bezos Earth Fund and others who are just beginning to get into this development field might be looking for ideas like this.
We'll come back to you to discuss that one, Kande.
The experts are here.
Yeah. Well, we've been joined with fresh energy. And well, we've been talking about this network that we used to have in the UK academic community, you know, which was labeled as low carbon development, low carbon energy and development network. I always got that one wrong, you know, always. But now it's kind of dormant. It's not as active as it was. Partly it's to do with the funding, and now largely because, you know, we have the MEX program, the CCG, and a few other UK-based programs, and we were talking about using these as a catalyst to reignite, you know, to restart this. It doesn't have to be the same type of a network, but something, you know, that will offer a kind of a home for scholars, academics, researchers, policymakers, but also extending this, you know, sort of globally. And Kande has been sort of giving us some advice on how best to do this. That it needs, you know, champions, but, you know, we're also talking about having champions and hubs in African countries. And this is just, you know, we are brainstorming around the utility or the value of something like this for institutions in Africa, you know, that will offer a kind of a bridge or a platform for all of us to be able to interact. What do you think?
I have an idea, and then I have also a challenge, if you want to take it.
I know what the challenge is. But
no, because I was in Dakar, I think we were together, for the ministerial conference, Minister of Environment, AMSEN, in Dakar to prepare the COP. I have seen something that was not usual in Dakar. There were no Coca-Cola, there were no Fanta, there were no Sprite. There were only local fruits, local juice, baobab, bisap, mad, and then from those countries. You know, at the same time, because there is a huge potential of non-wood products to valorize in the African country, particularly in West Africa. Because if you take the mad, you take any of those fruits, the seed you can have, you can extract cosmetics, oil and other. You can have fruit. And then the vitamin C in baobab is much more higher. Some people said 5 times or 10 times than orange. And then it's very needed in outside. What is unfortunate in those countries, those trees are becoming charcoal and firewood. So to link that with the discussion we had with the issue of electricity cooking, imagine a program of research on and then how you improve the productivity of those trees and then the fruits, and then you create a micro enterprises with energy you provide. At the same time, the woman will stop, using firewood and charcoal, and then they will have micro enterprises related to all those, and then you will, boost the development, and then from the bottom, because the only one of the major, what is not exists is energy. If you have energy, you can solve all those kind of problems. And now we have energy, we have the possibility to do it, and then we can get water. And then the good thing with one of the fruit there, the mud, if there is water, throughout the year you have the fruit. Throughout the year you have the fruit. And then you can export, you can feed the people there, you can export outside. And at the same time, it will help you to regenerate the degraded land and degraded areas. And you create a huge opportunity of job, particularly for women and for the youth. And then they will not migrate to urban area. And this is concrete. It's a research program. It's technology program. And then it's, looking of solving problems rather than doing science for science or research for research, and then to have your Scopus level high or your H high, but you solve a real problem. And then this is the kind of challenge if you want to take, and we can explore that. There is some possibility to do it. And then we have to have the link also. And then the link is that to have the link with the policymakers. And then we do have a champion for the policymaker here. And then we can easily connect that to start in different places, different countries, and then to connect all to do together at the scale that is needed. As my fellow Ogun used to say, think big and move fast.
Thanks, Yuba. I knew we were in trouble when these two friends walked in, because this is not going to be an easy discussion. It's too interesting to stop. Yeah. I mean, Yuba, what you are saying here then is it's really, you have to ground it into something very concrete. So whatever thing we create or whatever this network emerges to be, it needs to have a certain level of value for those who are going to engage with it. Yeah. And this isn't just, academic value, but also it is, something much more tangible. I mean, I know, Fatima, we've, talked every now and then, about, in fact, even, doing a secondment in Ghana and so forth. But, you do talk about, for instance, are there some young scholars, that could spend some time in your institution? So quite clearly, there is a need for a, call it, a pool of people with certain expertise that would be easy to be able to reach out, from time to time. Something, perhaps, this network might be able to do. We're just thinking openly at the moment. We're just not sure, how to, to put it together, what it ought to look like, and what direction it should take. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I think, thanks. I think there is a definite need for collaboration, and that collaboration could be north-south, south-south. There are plenty of ideas in many of the southern-based institutions. So I think if you're able to sort of intersect those ideas with capacity, and also similar like-minded institutions that could, pool their resources, I think a lot of things can happen. So, this transition is going to be quite complex. It doesn't mean we shouldn't do it, but it's going to be complex, it's going to be messy. And it does mean that a lot of productive partnerships will be useful. So the more we can create those productive partnerships, the better. Because I don't think there's any single organization that has the tools and the wherewithal to sort of, find a way through this huge maze. It's going to be quite tricky. It's not signposted. We definitely have to have the right tools. We have to be bold. We have to be courageous. It has to align with, cultural practices. It has to align with governance processes. There are so many things that we have to think about related to the transition. And it does mean that, institutions should be able to come together, especially knowledge is going to be huge capital. So the more you have institutions that can think and do and link, the more I think it would be beneficial for the transition process. Because it's not very clear how we're going to navigate our way through all the different processes. There are so many things we know, but there are so many things that we don't know. And in as much as we're talking about all the different options and potential energy carriers, how we can displace one and against another, there are still quite a lot of social acceptance that have to also tie in with the process. Political outcomes that we also have to find a way of, enabling those as well. And what we're trying to do with the transition is for people. It's not, these aren't abstract concepts. These are things that have to have a transformational value. They have to make sense for people. And if we leave people behind and we are so caught up in the thinking and the doing and not take people along with us, then, it will come back to haunt us. But the answer is yes, there's plenty to do. Yes, there's plenty to do with collaboration and I think that's why I made mention of the fact yesterday that even the barriers of North-South, we really have to just break those down if we can. Yeah, because what we have to do is so important that those barriers, should be in retreat, really. Yeah. Sorry.
That's all right. I think it's interesting, actually, quite a few of the things you've touched on are things that we were talking about in the earlier part of the meeting, so that makes me feel quite reassured to a degree. But also, I think there's quite a number of issues that come up from that. Firstly, I think your point about doing meaningful research that has real impact, and your point about remembering at all times that this is about the future of people's lives, many billions of people's lives going forward. And I think that's certainly those people that were involved in the LCEDN, everyone in this room are here because that's what we want to do. I don't think any of us are in here thinking about our Scopus scores or H scores or anything of that nature. I think what the LCEDN allowed us to do was establish quite a lot of the partnerships, which are now kind of in this room and in the projects that we're dealing with. But it's about how to generate new partnerships along those kind of lines with new players, new participants and so on. And I think the circumstances now compared to 10 years ago in some ways are better because there is the ETN money from within the UK and then there's a range of really fantastic work going on. But in other cases, in terms of, I think what we need in our collaboration is a level of independence as well, so that we're not just dependent on government funding and on from our own governments or from international institutions. If universities are to play the role that universities should be playing, then there needs to be a level of independence in how we operate. I'm not trying to bite the hand that feeds us all in terms of doing the fantastic research that we're doing together. But I think it's also important if we can find ways to do things independently from that as well, and to question and to challenge in ways that are sometimes more difficult when we're interacting with our funders. I feel a bit awkward that we asked Mikhail to say something and then didn't give him an opportunity.
Thank you, Ed. So the short answer to your earlier question would be that we're not doing enough at the moment. However, so my name is Mikael Melin. I work for Sustainable Energy for All, which is an organization which was set up by Mr. Junkella there, Dr. Junkella, some 10 years ago. And obviously the objective is to meet SDG 7 by 2030. And that puts on the right trajectory to have a carbon-free, zero future by 2050. But Ed, to come to your question, so no, we're not doing yet enough. However, we have a good partnership emerging between MEX and SC4All, and that's certainly around that beautiful twin opportunity of having electrification drive a clean e-cooking transition. And I think that this partnership that's now emerging, we're doing a bit now, we're going to be doing a lot more next year, and perhaps this gives a good platform to expand into a network and involve other partners, universities, certainly in sub-Saharan Africa. So that's a concrete agenda to work around, on Sekono's earlier point. So that's something that is coming up, and we have a few events around this as here at COP as well. 3 other things that we are doing. We have recently launched an internship program, so that's up and running. So for recent graduates or about to graduate, so that's an opening at SC4All. We're also open, secondly, for secondments. So if there's partners that would like to explore that, we're very happy to receive people to work on the joint agendas. And then thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, since a few months now, we have a youth specialist. So we have a dedicated person, a youth champion, Akil from Trinidad and Tobago, who's there to make sure that the youth is involved in everything we do. And moving forward, when we now next year are going to start developing our next 3-year business strategy, this is an element where certainly this discussion today has given a lot of good ideas that we could then include in that strategy and the work plans moving forward in this final decade for implementing to meet SDG 7 by 2030. So that's the short answer. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well, we are running out of time now for real, and what we'll do is Ed will sit down and sketch out some of these ideas that have emerged, but also involve you guys as well for advice, but maybe even create whatever will emerge. But I've heard that there is a clear need for an active collaboration. Anchoring some concrete, but also building it on something, ideas that are going to be grounded in reality, in a sense. Yeah. The possibility of also to go beyond UK and Africa institutions towards international institutions as well that are working in this field. So the scope can be quite broad as well, but it gives us some ideas to be able to work from. And the issue of creating institutions in Africa is something that we've talked about. I mean, Yuba, you have this idea of creating an EASA equivalent in.
The idea is kind of the one who talked, but we didn't succeed. Yes, but we didn't. But the concept is still there.
It's still there.
He
Yeah.
asked Ogun, myself, and Abeku, and then to come up with the idea.
Yeah.
African Energy, African Institute for
Systems Analysis. Yeah. That's great. Okay. Well, so there are all these ideas floating about. Some of them have been realized. Some of them ambitious, but yet to be realized. But
require 30 million.
Yeah. I could see you move.
One of the great ideas, but somehow it faded away, was when IASA, International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis, had about 500 energy experts from around the world collaborate on the global energy assessment. I remember I backed that initiative. But in addition to the 500 that were involved in the writing, there were another 300 that were there to peer review. So I just wonder who is keeping that group together. Talk about your network, but this was global. And they met regularly. I joined later on to give them a forum. That's how we started the Vienna Energy Forum. We still exist today, and then the Sustainable Energy for All. I just capitalized on those academics to feed into, give them a space where we could talk about energy for development in order to get an SDG for energy. So, but thanks to that network of almost 500 energy experts, I didn't have to search anywhere. The names were there, they were ready, they were looking for a place to go and debate and talk about energy for development. In those days, it was more about oil and gas. But we found that narrative that really helped them bring their analysis to the policymakers.
As in final summary. I think it's one thing, when we started the conversation this evening, we were thinking also about reflecting on what we might achieve at this COP, or what will be achieved and what won't be achieved. We haven't really managed to get into that. But I think it's precisely what this kind of grouping of people from universities should be thinking through and contributing towards, and so on. So I think that's one thing that we didn't manage to get onto, but it will be good to continue the discussion around. I think the second thing is, you mentioned about youth, and it was Mikhail who mentioned about youth and young people. And I think just the fact that we have a number of very young people with us working on this, I think is a really great feature of CCG, that we have a good number of folks that have been brought in to support us. And Erin, who introduced us this evening and is about to tell us all to shut up and go home, is from our university, and together with two other colleagues, has been working really, really hard in helping CCG to become what it is. I guess finally, I've been really enthused by what we've heard this evening, and I think there's a tremendous amount that still can be done by something like LCEDN. And yeah, I'm enthused for us to carry on meeting together and work out what it is that the small part that LCEDN can play in tackling the challenges that have been set to us. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Jakob, for chairing that session, and thank you to all the chairs and all the speakers for today. We look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow at 9 a.m, and we hope you enjoyed today. Thank you for listening.